Hello and welcome to episode 169 of the Burning Barrel Podcast, your quarterly podcast about everything in the world. I'm Paul, and with me is Hank.
Hello.
There you go. Didn't mean to be quarterly. Life seems to always get in the way. It just does. I don't know how.
Well, life got in the way, and then you entered an alternate reality.
Yeah, where Nathan came back, and the Pixel Response podcast came back. I'm gonna tell you, I wasn't expecting it. I was not expecting that at all.
I have another podcast to listen to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time, and I always felt like when me and Nathan did stuff, it was always completely different than when I do stuff with anybody else, just because of the way me and him talk with each other. I think he's like been the first friend of mine where we've never really bullshitted with each other. Like, even when we were in we went to PAX together and stuff like that, and we would just like talk very frankly with each other and saying like, well, I think this is stupid, like you shouldn't do this or whatever, or when you did that, it really fucking pissed me off. Like, we're very like straight up with each other.
Gotcha.
And yeah, I think that's probably important. I guess, but I
mean, it's cool
being able to be like straight with your friend about stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, he came back to the internet, kind of. Like, he's still taking it slow. He doesn't like the live show sort of thing, and I don't really blame him. I don't know if you could tell when he was on TDP, he was actually like actively looking away from the chat and stuff because he feels like it's just too much, and like knowing that people
I could tell
listening.
He got a little flustered at the start when he looked at it. So
yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's cool. It's fine.
Man.
It's a different way to do stuff. I kind of like the whole, like, you don't hear the podcast yet, and then it's just there in your feed to listen to. And that's, like, how he likes to do things, so that's kind of how that happens. We're doing that this week because of the time we're recording. It doesn't make sense to do a live show, really.
Yeah, no. There's just no point right now.
There's no point right now. But, you know, it happens.
I mean, in general, the times we usually do this show, there's usually no points anyway, because everyone goes to bed.
I don't know. I still like the idea of, like, trying to build up the, like, late night crowd, people who listen to stuff while they play games or something. But it's hard.
Totally.
It's one of those things where, like, people that are up late at night already have the people they listen to while they're up late at night, so...
That's gonna, like, you kind of have to really establish that audience, you'd have to do it more frequently than 4 times a year or whatever.
Yeah. Anyways.
But for me, it's just like, why? Generally, it's just like, I mean, why not stream? Like, it doesn't hurt anything.
You're right.
I don't get stressed out by it.
No, I don't either.
I just forget to rechat sometimes.
Yeah, I don't forget to rechat ever. I usually that's the thing is that, like, if I'm really into a game or something and for some reason chat's going by fast, then like I'll miss stuff, but I never forget to rechat. I just choose to ignore some things because if I bring them up, it's usually to the detriment of my own psyche or somebody I'm streaming with.
Yeah.
So,
when I stream a game, I don't forget to rechat, but when we do the podcast, a lot of times I forget.
Yeah, that's fair.
I get caught up in the conversation and what I'm thinking about.
You're right. It's much harder when you're doing like a very conversational thing to rechat. It's very hard, actually. So I totally understand that.
Because also just the way I think, I can easily, like, my tendencies are to get stuck up in my own head.
Right.
Like, it was a thing I had to learn to talk all that stuff out.
Right.
It was like a thing I had to learn. It wasn't natural for me. So
yeah, fair enough.
So in addition to also paying attention to a stream of people talking.
Yeah. You're just trying to keep up with your own stream of consciousness sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I usually just blabber, so it's easy to read while blabbering. But, you know, that's how things go. But yeah, it has been a while. Just to give a frame of reference, the last time we did one of these is when CSGO gambling thing came to light. and we were both playing a little bit of Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah, shit has happened since. And on my side, not a whole lot, honestly, to really talk about game-wise, although there is a few things. But one of the big things that happened, and a lot of people on the internet was talking about, and ads were everywhere for it, that we never got around to, was Stranger Things came out on Netflix, and has been a hit among a lot of people. And you've seen it, like, fully. I've seen it fully. So we should talk a little bit about Stranger Things, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for anybody who doesn't know what Stranger Things is, it's the Netflix original series that is very much a weird, like, sci-fi thriller series set in the 80s, much akin to old Spielberg-type movies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but,
yeah, there's a lot of Spielberg and there's a lot of Stephen King in it.
There's a lot of Stephen King in it, for sure.
Directly. Like, for me, almost, like, kind of distractingly so, that show puts all its references on its sleeve.
Yeah.
In a way that it's super clear what they're referencing to me almost all the time.
Yeah. So, just jumping right in as like a bit general synopsis of the show, there's a family and it's kind of like showing you what's going on with this family, and a kid, the youngest kid in this family goes missing, and people are trying to find where he went and try to cope with this fact, including his mother, his brother, and his friends. Like, they're in like junior high, I think, or like maybe just the end of elementary. I can't actually remember how old they are. I think they're about 11 or 12.
Yeah, that sounds right. 11.
So the the show kind of breaks up after the kid gets lost into like what's going on with these different people that knew him, trying to like find out what happened or deal with him missing. So like the mother is holding on hope that he isn't dead and is like just trying to cope with her child just being gone, sort of thing. The friends are kind of like they don't believe he's dead or anything, so they go out looking for him and seeing if they can find him. The older brother is kind of like trying to deal with being an outcast in his school while like his brother might be dead as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they all converge at a point, and they all kind of work together or whatever about midway through the season or the series as it is now. And I think that's when it starts getting really interesting. But I guess we can just say that from this point on for the next little while, it's probably going to be spoilers. But if you haven't seen it by now, like, you're probably not interested enough to care, and that's totally fine. And if you have seen it, then you won't matter. It doesn't matter to you anyway. So,
yeah, this is the Burning Barrel podcast. We like to talk about things spoilery. Like, that's generally, if we've both experienced a thing,
right?
That's what we like to do.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, it turns out the kid isn't dead. Let's just say that. And Stranger Things is very much based in this weird Spielbergian Stephen King world where like the whole time it feels like there's something weird going on, but you're not sure what it is. It's kind of like a sci-fi mystery or something. I guess I should have said. Also, there's an appearance of like a girl that like isn't
psychic powers.
That has psychic powers. You find out like pretty quickly. So there's that as well.
Yeah. No, it's very like the setup is Twilight Zone-y. Like that speculative fiction, sci-fi fiction stuff.
Yeah.
Just the way they go about it in a lot of ways is very specifically reminiscent of the ways in Spielberg and Stephen King handle that stuff.
Right. Also, oh my God, it's very Twin Peaksy feeling too. Like, I really like the idea of like a story centering on a kid goes missing, because it's not like, it's so much better than just like a kid was found dead or something.
I will also say, so yeah, Stephen King, Spielberg, very general. There are a lot of other sci-fi references. There are plenty of them to go around. And one of the big ones actually ends up being Silent Hill. Like,
I wasn't actually expecting that until a certain point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's totally a thing.
Yeah.
Like there's definitely Silent Hill influences there, and the idea of someone looking for someone is Silent Hilly too.
Yeah,
But
you're right. It is.
there's a there's a bigger reason it's Silent Hill than that.
Right. All right. So, yeah, spoilers are happening now, like for sure, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So the kid goes disappearing like right away or whatever. It's in a small Indian and a town. Winona Ryder plays the kid's mother, and
Yeah,
let me just say it was kind of cool seeing her do stuff again because it's been a while for me.
yeah, like once, and she's really good.
She actually is super good.
She's
Yeah.
just fucking great.
Like, I think the last thing I saw her in is she had a smaller part in Black Swan in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wasn't a
For,
very big part.
yeah, for me it was a little more recent. She was on the TV miniseries Show Me a Hero,
She
which I
was,
actually
yeah.
which I wrote about for Burning Barrel. So that's the last thing I saw. I heard she was
Was
playing
that any
a
good?
politician. That show's great for
Okay.
what it is. It's like a mini version of, because it's made by the guy who made The Wire, so it's sort of a mini version of that sort of thing,
Okay.
but about an actual thing that happened. It's not, instead of a fictional story that's taking stuff from real life. It's just a real thing that happened.
Like, besides that, Girl Interrupted probably back in the 90s was probably like the thing that she quote unquote starred in that I watched. It's been a long time for me for seeing
I
her.
mean, she was in Alien Resurrection.
Alien Resurrection was before Girl Interrupted.
Yeah,
So,
but Alien
yeah.
Resurrection sticks with me in my mind.
Yeah, no, for sure. She's Call. I remember that because it's the worst name ever for an android.
I didn't remember her name, I will say.
It's really bad name. So yeah, she's really good in this. She plays like the torn up, like but still hopeful mother really well. To a point where
Yeah.
like it's kind of depressing when like the kid goes missing and like how much her life is in the shitter. Like it's, I don't know. She pulls it off very, very well. Let's just say that.
I'll say the big strong point of the show are a bunch of the performances, where I just think these actors and the way these characters are particularly written ends up being stronger than a lot of the stuff that they're specifically referencing. It still makes it not quite as strong, because for me, just because these are just ideas I've seen before and sort of stories I've seen play out before, you know, in this exact particular way. Like, it's the reference is too direct instead of being just this kind of thing. But what makes the show work are the performances and the characters. Like, that's what makes it a really good, compelling show.
No, you're totally right. Especially when it comes to like, it's no surprise and it's no secret that I've kept that I hate child actors because I usually just find them the worst. I really, really liked the child actors in this show a lot. I thought they were very good.
Yeah. Like, particularly compared to stuff like fucking E.T. or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, compared, I'm just trying to think of any Spielberg movie with children in it. I'm sure they're, like, the best. Like, they're the better ones than anything Spielberg has ever encountered with children actors at the time. But
Yeah.
maybe that's just, like, a sign of the times or whatever, where there is more emphasis on quality these days doing stuff and not just like, well, it's a kid about this age, let's put him in, who cares. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit
it
of
also
that.
might just be like they get to focus more on that stuff because they're not working as hard to come up with ideas, because that stuff's just like part of them from like movies they've seen of like the creators stuff, so that they really got to focus just on nailing these characters and finding the right people to play them. Maybe that's part of what made it work.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, so let's talk about the actual like story beats and what's going on here. So 11 is cool. That's the only name the girl goes by or whatever, because
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was her subject name or something, like her number.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah, her
been
number.
Yeah, we find out she's basically been like tested on and stuff like that because she has like high psychic abilities or like whatever. She's prone to psychic
Mm-hmm.
abilities or whatever. So she was kind of tested on and all that like basic 80s government crap, you know.
Yeah, like there's a lot of there's some fire starter in there.
I'm trying to remember why. I think it was something to do with like her mom was like had some psychic ability or something like that, and like had LSD when she was giving birth to her or something. There was like some weird reason as to why 11 was like prone to being able to like do shit, and then like they just took her away from her mother and like made her seem like the mother was crazy, and then just like
Yeah,
tested on 11 to like turn her more into a weapon. Basically, it's basic military bullshit.
yeah,
You know how it is.
yeah, yeah. I remember a lot more of the details of what they did than
Then like the
the
story beats.
or like where she came from, other than that they stole her from her mother. Like I don't remember.
You don't remember that part,
I don't remember what her mother was into. But I think
right?
you're right. It was definitely some of that testing stuff. She was definitely involved or something.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. I think the mother was actually like part of the testing, and then like was injected with drugs and all that sort of stuff, and that's why her
Yeah.
daughter was like much more susceptible to like the psychic energies and stuff. I don't know.
Hmm.
Whatever. It's hocus pocus like movie magic bullshit reasoning. It's fine.
Yeah.
What is more interesting to me than the whole 11 thing is the idea of there being this weird monster that took the kid and like shows up every now and then, and it's fucking terrifying. It's so
Yeah.
good. Like the better parts of this series was definitely not the Spielbergian weird shit like that, but more the Stephen King like Silent Hill horror shit for me.
Hmm.
Specifically, there's a point where the mother, you know what? I'm gonna look up her name right now. I have a thing open here. Winona Ryder plays Joyce Byers. That's her name in the show. Joyce is thinking or realizes that her like electricity is going in and out randomly whenever certain things are going on when she's thinking about like her kid that's missing or whatever.
Hmm.
Will, I think Will is his name. Yeah, Will is his name. So at one point, she gets this idea to just like, this is like probably when I started getting really invested. She just like fucking rips everything off of this wall, just paints the alphabet letters A to Z, and like sets up a whole bunch of Christmas lights where there's a light on each letter. And like
Yeah.
Will is able to speak to her through it. And I thought that was so fucking dope of an idea. I really liked that.
Yeah. There's a lot of close encounters of the third kind in that stuff with
Yeah.
like when like Richard Dreyfuss is like building his fucking mountain mashed potatoes and then actual dirt in his house, like just like that compulsion because he's like there's like something wrong and you got to figure it out. So you fucking have to.
Yeah.
Like that's super cool. And the alphabet thing is like a neat way to do that. Of just like saying this, yeah, it's just right here. You're just fucking going for it.
Yeah. It's so fucking cool. So that's the first point we really find out that like Will is somewhere, like maybe an alternate dimension, or he's like a ghost or something. We're still not quite sure really what's going on, but like he has a presence in the real world still. And like,
Yeah. Well,
mm-hmm.
I just also want to say briefly, like you also get good stuff of like feeling the pressure of her being so freaked out she's not going to work, and
Right.
like there's a thing where she picks up the phone and it just fucking melts. So she has to get a new phone, and then like the new phone melts instantly too. Like they're just there's good. You feel the pressure. You feel like how fucking stressed she is.
Oh, dude, totally. Like I felt stressed even. And the thing is that stress never lets up, really. So even when like she knows that she's not crazy because she's seen that like Will is talking to her in like this weird little language with lights, there's like a point where he just says like run or hide or something like that, and the wall starts like pushing out in like a hand or face or whatever, and it's the fucking worst. It's so creepy. Yeah. Like, holy shit. So, just as a little jump ahead, basically, the weird alien thing has been like going into their house or whatever, and that's where it stole Will eventually. And he's like in this otherworldly version of their town or whatever. Yeah. Like the upside down is what they call it. Yeah. Which I think is cool, just the coolest.
Yeah, because they have the visual for it is really good. Like just turning a chessboard over or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's on the other side.
Right.
They come up with a cool way to. It's like the other world in Silent Hill or whatever. It's specifically it's like that exact thing, kind of.
Yeah.
Where everything's super gross over there, but it's also the same.
It's because they were asking their teacher about the theories, right? And he was saying something about like a flea walking along a rope or whatever, and then he'll like, instead of falling off the rope when he's not on top of it, he'll like he'll like turn on the bottom or whatever. But like he still exists, just in like a different version of the rope, basically, that he's walking on. Yeah. Or whatever. The way they explained it is super cool. And like very old fashioned, kind of like the whole like folding the paper in half and then pushing the pencil through it to explain like a black hole, so the audience like understands what they're trying to get across. They do that sort of thing with the kid science teacher, kind of like explaining all these weird theories to them. Mm-hmm. And I like all of that build up, all of like what the characters go through, talking to other people or like talking to each other and stuff, and just kind of building together what has gone on is the reason to watch this show. But then the ultimate the ultimate end of it is like the payoff for everything, where you get to see the upside down world and the monster that's like been holding Will, and Will's been trying to like hide from him or whatever. Like it's fucking weird, man. It's some creepy shit, and it's so well done. And fuck Barb.
Yeah, I think I think my favorite part of the show is when stuff just starts to come together, because you have like all these separate plot lines sort of building, and then once they start to cross together, I was like, oh man, I'm super in. But I still say my one complaint is at the end there are a couple subplots that feel like they should have been ended earlier, particularly with the teenagers and like who are like monster hunting. I felt like that should have happened earlier, because it just feels a little wasted at the end, where it could have been super cool when they wanted to do it, but like they get arrested and it like puts all that back for high school drama bullshit.
Right.
That I'm less into.
What about the like elementary school bullshit that the other kids go through? I think that is fine.
Yeah, that's all fine, because that's still the character stuff is good, and it's all building into 11.
Uh-huh.
And like she's what the deal with her is still super interesting throughout, kind of. And and like what her connection to the other world is and stuff.
And like her relationship with Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like her powers are always going to be like a compelling thing to visually show at the end. Like that was always going to be a thing.
Sure. Or Lucas, I guess. I can't remember what the names are for their whatever.
But it's really that like the plot in the middle of the teenage characters when they figure out that there's a monster and they want to go after it, and like they fucking that truck, they fill up their car with all this stuff in the back, but then there's bullshit like boyfriend jealousy that derails them and they end up in jail. Like, I wish that part hadn't happened. The jealous boyfriend stuff. That subplot I thought sucked, specifically because it delayed a cool moment where I was really into the idea of these teenage monster hunters that they had like figured out on their own, kind of separate from everyone else, that there was a monster out and that it had probably taken the kid.
Right.
But they weren't like talking to anyone, so they don't know all the things that a lot of the other characters know, and that they were just gonna fight it with like, and they end up fighting it at the end. But by then, you know so much, you know they're not going to solve it.
Right.
You know that there's too much else at stake here. So
you're right. That whole scene with them fighting it would have been better before we kind of knew what it was. Still.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with you for sure. I didn't actually even consider that, but you're totally right. It would have been the moment where they realize, like, oh shit, we can't actually do this. Like, that would have been bigger for me as the viewer, for sure.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of Nightmare on Elm in that stuff. There's a lot of Nightmare on Elm.
I think what that whole series is, though, so far, is just a collection of really cool things that happen, and then like the story that kind of reasons why it's happening or how it happens is whatever. Like, I really like, for example, when they go to the school and they just like make the makeshift sensory deprivation tank.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that whole show is the best when it has like a part that's cool, like the Christmas lights, and the sensory deprivation tank is cool. That part you're talking about with like them trying to kill the monster in the house is very cool. What happens to Barb in like the pool or whatever in the Upside Down is cool. Mm-hmm. Way to open up that episode of that show when they find her and she's like I don't know, she gets all gooed or whatever the fuck happens to them. I can't even remember. But like, I think that show is just very cool, and I really like how they've said they want to make each season kind of its own thing. But I don't know necessarily how that's going to work, because I know they've already started casting some people for season 2 that are coming back from season 1.
Well, what I don't get is like they reference so many specific things. Like, a lot of the thing that works about the show is like these cool moments are them going like, what was cool from these movies we love? Like, what was the cool part? Let's just pull that out
and do that.
Do a version of that.
Yeah.
And then string it all together. And that ends up working because the character stuff is then so good, like that makes you care about the through line. Whereas really these are just littered moments or set piece stuff, but it's the characters that carry you through and make you care. You don't what's actually going on actually is never that interesting in those kinds of stories anyway. Yeah. Like it is really just about those moments. That's the memorable stuff anyway. So I wonder what they'll draw on for season 2, or if they'll, because I'm pretty sure they're still gonna like reference stuff like that. That's too built into what this show is and what people liked about it for them to not do that and just come up with original stuff, I feel like. So I wonder what they'll pull from.
Do you want a basic synopsis of what's been said about season 2 so far, or do you want to go in empty? Okay. So apparently, what has been said is the season 2 will take place around the last part of 1984, about a year after the events of the first season, and will explore the bigger mythology of Will's disappearance. So the second season has been described as being the determined desire to return to normalcy in Hawkins for Will and his friends and the other town folks affected by the events. Part of the season will also take place outside of Hawkins, Indiana. And after leaving Eleven's fate up in the air, Brown will return as 11 in the new season. 2 new characters will also be added for this season to include Max and Billy or whatever that means. So there you go. It's basically like this thing, season 1 has happened. Season 2 is the town and people that were involved with it just trying to like cope with what happened with other things happening slowly, or them finding out about why it happened. And I don't know if I like that. I kind of like the idea of every season's a different thing, personally.
Well, I don't, yeah, because once you start explaining stuff, I don't know how you maintain that good sense of Stephen King tension the first season had.
Actually, that's why Stephen King is always really good, because he doesn't explain shit.
Yeah.
Because for him, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Do you want to know some of the titles?
The other thing I'll say that really works about Stranger Things is like having a Stephen King type story that doesn't have the Stephen King bullshit that makes it into every one of his stories.
Right.
Of like the main stuff or the alcoholic writer, like separating out some of the personal quirks is to the benefit of some of those ideas.
I'm going to give you some titles of the episodes in season 2.
All right.
Okay. Episode 1 is Mad Max. 2 is The Boy Who Came Back to Life. 3 is The Pumpkin Patch. 4 is The Palace. 5 is The Storm. 6 is The Pollywog. 7 is The Secret Cabin. 8 is The Brain. And 9 is The Lost Brother. Now, keep in mind, all those titles I gave you have been confirmed by the creators to not be the full end titles that they're going to use, because they didn't want to spoil things. So, there you go. But there's their placeholder titles anyways. And they don't really say much. Like The Storm, The Pollywog, The Secret Cabin, like those all just sound like shitty movies.
Yeah, I just wonder how it'll go, because the way that kind of horror stuff usually ends up going
is bad.
Sequels end up veering very much more towards comedy when they do that stuff. Like,
you're right.
Like Friday the 13th, that went pretty fucking comedy. Or Nightmare on Elm. I mean, Nightmare on Elm went comedy. Like, I mean, they're not gonna go the Aliens route of fucking it being a war movie. They're not gonna do that.
You're right.
Like a big action thing. That's not gonna happen.
I would hope anyway.
That wouldn't be appropriate.
No, it wouldn't.
So I don't know how you do that again. Yeah.
Yeah, me neither. I hope they do, though.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
Yeah. So Stranger Things, coming back in 2017. Confirmed. So there you go. It's something to look forward to, honestly.
Yeah, regardless, they made a good, 9 episodes of television or what it was.
How do you feel about the reception? How big the hype actually got?
Well,
do you think it was justified?
I don't think it was. I think it was justified because it was really good. I don't know that it was justified because of why people got so excited about it, which was people got excited because they recognized reference stuff. Like, it was the total nostalgia play super worked out.
Oh, totally, yeah.
And it makes which that blatant thing work so well makes me nervous about maybe not even the future of this show, but the future of like Netflix doing other shows.
I mean, they're already stepping huge into the game where they have more Netflix original programming now than they have movies, basically.
Yeah.
Which is fine, probably.
And there's always been an extent to which Netflix stuff has been built around audience pandering. Like, they definitely pick their shows based on the data they have about their audiences and what they watch.
Right.
Like, they kind of target stuff based around that. And it's always cool when like that can happen, but also you get a good show because the writing is good and the characters are good.
Right.
Like that's the stuff that has to happen for it to be good. And I just
like, what do you feel about
at some point thing? I don't actually care if they make some other show that's all references that sucks. I don't have to watch that show. Like,
Like haters back off.
Yeah, like kind of at some point. I don't watch that much TV, so all I want are like there to be some good shows that I can watch.
Do you know what that haters back off is, or whatever it's called?
No idea.
You know who Miranda Sings is?
Nope.
She's a YouTuber who, like, she's
every program made featuring YouTubers.
Yeah.
Everything I've seen based around that has been fucking looked awful.
That's what that is. It's a show based on this YouTuber wanting to be big, even though, like, in real life she is. So yeah. I
don't get it, because like a YouTuber, you have an audience producing a specific thing, in a like a thing that's cutting edge, like pushing the boundaries of the media people consume, like it's relevant. Why are you then shoving those people into less relevant forms of media that like are well established and we have very clear ideas about what that should be, and it's not these people? Like, I just don't get it.
Because Netflix is not making money off of the Miranda Sings YouTube channel when they could be. So now they are.
Yeah, to that extent I get it, but I don't get the extent to which YouTube is doing it with YouTube Red programming.
I mean, also, in Canada, I can't even get YouTube Red, so I don't know either.
I mostly only know because I've seen fucking commercials for that stuff in front of movies, and it looks bad. So from what I've seen,
MatPat actually has a series of them called, like, I don't know, In the Lab or something. I don't know what it's called, but it's game theory, but like in real life.
Mm-hmm.
So I did buy every episode of that every week they were out and watched them. They're fine, but it's one of those things that I wish I had just been able to get YouTube Red and watch them for free.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would totally... The thing I want about YouTube Red is the no ads and the ability to, like, run in the background on your phone with the app.
Yeah.
That's all I want. If I get, like, PewDiePie's Scare PewDiePie for free, I might watch one or two of those.
I just don't... To some extent, I don't get why they're spending all this money. It feels just like they're spending money because they have it in terms of like the audience, whereas what they've been succeeding on is stuff that's incredibly cheap to produce.
They are,
but gets
you're right.
Views. I don't know. It feels backwards to me. But whatever. If people want to produce content, let them. Maybe some of it'll be good.
Unlikely.
I literally only have to care if any of it's good.
That's true.
Or when they shove it in my face in ads, and then I can get salty.
I mean, it's super subjective either way too. So
that's also super true.
Yeah. But yeah, there you go. More Stranger Things coming. Let's talk about Rick and Morty. And let me preface this by saying this is a show that people won't shut the fuck up about, and I've seen 2 episodes of it and don't understand why.
Okay, so the reason I watched Rick and Morty, I will say, is because I was exposed to the Rick and Morty announcer pack in Dota.
Right. How most people were exposed to that show, obviously.
Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat.
It's fine. I'll go ahead and fill some dead air by saying I don't think that show is particularly very good from what I've seen. However, I have only seen 2 episodes of it, so I know I probably watched maybe 2 of the wrong episodes, or like I didn't understand what was going on or why I should care. So I don't know. Maybe there's like 1 or 2 episodes that are just like, oh, this is why you should actually care about this terrible Doc Brown like satire character, because I don't right now.
So what I liked from the Dota 2 thing was just the interplay of the characters, and it just from listening to it there in that context of just them talking about fucking a tower being down, it made sense to me as just in terms of how their interplay worked, and I just wanted to see more of that.
Isn't it just Rick yelling at Morty for being a fucking retard and being and Rick's just like a drunk asshole?
That's kind of it. But that's not... It's a little more nuanced than that, I'll say.
Okay.
But it's definitely, like, that's where it's coming from. Pretty much.
Okay.
I think the first episode is really bad about it, because, honestly, the thing it's really based on, of, like, the Doc and Marty short is fucking awful.
Okay.
Like the first time that he made that, he created those characters. But what's sort of compelling about it is it's just those voices and the way that they play off each other, and that it happens to be one person doing both of them. But what ends up making the show work, frankly, is the interplay between Dan Harmon's structure of doing television, and then Justin Roiland, who does the voices, his kind of just craziness, and willing to do stupid, inane things. It's like just what he's into. Whereas Dan Harmon is really into story structure and like the making things work in TV ways, because he's the one who ran Community for all those years. He has like very specific ideas about how you structure an episode of a TV show,
right?
That makes it work and makes stuff watchable, but can end up being boring and not that interesting unless you're also adding something crazy to it. So that's like at the end of the day, the reason I think Rick and Morty works is because you have those two forces, and they're sort of at odds with each other, but trying to find the right balance of something that's compelling. Okay. So at that level, I find the show super interesting, just in terms of how it was made and written. In terms of, you have these balancing acts of sometimes the show falls too far into being a rote sci-fi television show and they go for like a movie reference plot or whatever. Like there's an episode that's Jurassic Park, but they're inside a homeless man.
Okay. See, that seems interesting to me.
Like, but it's, yeah, I mean, that's a fine episode. And then there are episodes where it's like they have a magic box that summons these creatures called Meeseeks, who just shout, "I'm Mr. Meeseeks!"
Oh,
but like,
God.
Their one goal in life, their one thing they exist for, is to solve one problem for you. Okay. And then when they solve that problem for you, they get to die. And all they actually want to do is die because they hate their life. And then one of the characters, Marty's dad, just tries to get the Mr. Meeseeks to help him on his golf swing. Okay. And Mr. Meeseeks can't do it, and then starts summoning other Mr. Meeseeks to help him with his golf swing. And then they start going crazier and crazier because they're being alive for too long.
Wow. All right.
Killing each other and then want to kill him. There's good stuff there. Okay.
I'm just going to pose this to you. You know, yeah. I can be kind of busy at some points in my life.
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being not at all, 5 being yes, like for sure, how, like, should I give this series the time of day? Like at least a full season sort of thing. Watch more than 2 episodes. That's a long pause. You don't know?
I definitely liked it. I don't know if you'll ever come around on it completely.
The things you're describing sound okay. Like, I'm trying to remember the ones I watched. One of them I watched was something about, like, there's a bunch of different Ricks.
The Council of Ricks episode?
I guess. I don't remember what. I just know that there's, like, a bunch of different Ricks coming from, like, different timelines or something.
Yeah. So that's a good episode. But you probably didn't have the context for it.
I didn't at all understand what was going on.
That could be part of it. I do get that the thing where he'll burp really would turn you off.
Yeah. Yeah, you got that.
There's just a thing with that show where there are people that just, that's a deal breaker for them, that sometimes he'll just burp. And what I like about it is, in interviews, he doesn't even know that he likes it. It's just become part of the character. And they've sort of, as the show goes on, he does it less. He does it much more in the earlier parts, I will say.
Okay.
Because sometimes it's, yeah.
People swear by that show, though, man. Like, they talk a lot about it.
I mean, I really like it. I would put it on par with, it's in the conversation talking about stuff like Futurama. Like,
okay.
Like, I just think it gets there in its own particular way. And it does it better when it's not doing reference stuff. That's when it carves its own space.
Yeah.
When it really goes for the crazy stuff. Like, there's and that they did one episode like this each season, where the way they made the episode was just Justin Roiland getting drunk in the recording booth and coming up with fake TV shows. And they just like recorded a lot of it. And then they took that and had the animators go nuts and just animate whatever they wanted to on top of that. And obviously they cut a lot of stuff that was super bad. But so there's like one that's like this guy just starts talking about his personal space.
Okay.
Like his book, like, just get out of my personal space. Get out of my personal space. And then he's just like, and my skin, it's too much in my personal space. And then he just rips his skin off.
Okay.
It's just like a lot of them end up just with ending with a turn towards murder.
As things do, sure.
Yeah. But these alternate TV things. And I don't want to just like sit through and explain too many jokes. That's not the right way to do it. I think it's worth watching, but I don't know that you'll ever completely come around on it personally.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
But I really liked it, and the thing I really got into was listening to the commentary tracks on every episode. Like, I just like the way they make that show. I find super interesting in terms of.
Did you buy like DVDs then?
The commentaries were on YouTube, and I just played them at the same time as a video.
Okay. I mean, I'll give it a shot. Like, because they're half-an-hour shows, right? Like 22 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, an hour I'll get through 3 of them and I'll know better maybe by then. Yeah. Okay.
Like the joke, the first episode I'll say has some of the stuff that I'm less into, but it has this one thing that I feel like really typifies what's good about it. Is just there's a chase scene and it's like they're being chased and they're running and something happens and like Morty spits out something or something and it creates like a gum person who then, as they're running, has his complete life of aging into adulthood and then into an old person and dying, like just right in front of them. And it's just like, don't think about it, just keep going.
Okay. Well,
and like, so, and I'll also say the part of the way that the structure between the characters works is in terms of like, so you have like the insanity, and then you have Rick ends up being a part of it, but also he's the person that says that's stupid. Yeah. Like part of the joke is like this crazy thing, or it's like there's an episode that's all about Morty just wants to have a fun adventure. So it's kind of a meandering story that doesn't go anywhere, but you have Rick saying, "This is what is that?" He's like just being the voice of, "This is a story that's not a story. What the hell? What kind of adventure is this? This sucks."
Yeah.
So there are parts of the writers' voices that end up into the characters that I also find interesting, just in terms of how it works and just balancing forces. That's the stuff that I find interesting about it.
I mean, I'll give it a shot. Like I have nothing to lose. I'll watch it with the girlfriend. We'll like maybe do a couple hours of it, and if we're not feeling it, we'll switch to another thing. So it's not a big deal, I guess.
Yeah. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But I got super into it. It eventually hooked me pretty hard from something I had been pretty much ignoring for the most part.
Speaking of things that hooked you hard, you watched Space Ghost, Coast to Coast.
I watched a lot of Space Ghost, and the reason I watched Space Ghost Coast to Coast is because the guy who was a writer on the show and voiced the 2 of the main characters, Moltar and Zorak, died. And then part of that, Adult Swim put up every episode, although there was intermittent, they had some issues, they had to take some down, but then they eventually put up all of the episodes online. So that was just like an impulse to go, I'm just going to watch a bunch of this and like reminisce, because it's been a long time since I watched any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that show is fucking cool and just fucking weird.
I've actually never seen it, believe it or not.
Like, because that's the first piece of original programming Cartoon Network made.
Yeah. I ignored it completely when it came out.
What ends up, it's just So in a lot of ways, what it is just, what if you did a talk show where the host was either belligerent to or just completely ignored the guest?
Right. I
Like
mean, it's a good idea.
they have guests, but it's fucking nonsense. And a lot of times because it's animation, they had recorded the interview already. They can just manipulate it, and so Space Ghost is asking completely different questions than they were originally asked. Like they just do whatever with it.
Right.
So what works about it is, so there's a very experimental thing to it. So some episodes are far less good than others. There's one episode where Space Ghost like follows an ant back to its home. So like fucking a lot, like it's like a Family Guy thing of like, just this entire episode is just Space Ghost following an ant very slowly, threatening to kill it. Like,
okay.
It's like, it's just one of those, oh, I get why you thought that was funny, but this isn't actually
funny at all.
It's actually fun to watch. Although, like, a thing happens at the end. But so for me, as a kid, when I watched Space Ghost Coast to Coast, like, I would get all excited, kind of, but it's so short. Like episodes, it was like in a 15-minute block.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was like a kid and I stay up till like midnight or whatever to see this thing, and then it's like 15 minutes and it's over, it always sort of left me wanting more. But what I actually think the strongest part of the show is the interplay between the characters, between Space Ghost, Zorak, and Moltar. Those three characters actually just have great interplay between each other, and that's what makes it all worthwhile. Like, all the experimental stuff is interesting, but it's worth sitting through, just because at the end of the day, what you're getting is these three characters who have good interplay. Like there's an original image they made for there's very limited original stuff they made for the show, because it was all reusing old
the Hanna-Barbera stuff.
Yeah, Hanna-Barbera the Space Ghost cartoon.
Yeah.
What's interesting is they tried to make a thing that was more produced and looked less shitty, but it wasn't as funny.
Right.
Like, there was something about the shittiness of what they were doing that gave it its creative spark.
Huh.
But
okay.
one of the things that made it, the original that they created that was fucking gold, is just those three characters sitting together at a table in a cafeteria.
Okay.
And like Zorak sipping on coffee, and Space Ghost just like fucking puts his hand in his head and just like leans over, looks miserable. There's like a working, like, these guys are just like co-workers. They have like they have like an antagonistic relationship to each other, because Zorak and Moltar were supervillains, but Moltar is producing this show and Zorak's the fucking musician, and like the second guy on this talk show or whatever. But there's like an antagonism between them, but there's also just like, these are co-workers. Like, that dynamic works, and the voice work is all good. Like, and so they made a bunch of other shows with those characters, but none of them are as good as Space Ghost Coast to Coast, because the dynamic of Moltar, Zorak, and Space Ghost is really what works.
Yeah.
Like, that none of them are just the joke character. Like, Brack ended up being popular, but he's a dumb funny guy, but he ends up being a bad fit because I made a show with Space Ghost, Brack, and Zorak, because you can't ever set up a situation where there's like any kind of mutual respect or whatever. There's no, like, he's just a fucking idiot. Like, you can't have any kind of like, just like, oh man, doesn't everything suck? But and then there are like weird dynamics. Like, sometimes you have Space Ghost is like the lame dad for Zoltar and more, and because he's their boss also. Like,
right.
There's just a bunch of different dynamics they go through, and like, what's interesting is like at the end of the show's run, they were doing like a couple episodes a year, but some of those are like the best episodes of the show. Like there's the episode that might be the best is like Kentucky Shark, which is just a fucking it's just a trip. It's fucking weird. Where Space Ghost like has sold out sponsorship to the show to this company, so now they have their new mascot is this dead shark that is just on the stage.
Well, that doesn't seem sanitary.
It's just part of the thing. And then there's a bear.
There's always a bear.
It's just good.
It sounds interesting to me, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, and it's interesting that like this is what defined Cartoon Network and then Adult Swim even more specifically. His whole identity is like it started here.
Yeah, because I know like the Brack Show came out of Space Ghost Coast to Coast, and like I know that this inspired Harvey Birdman for sure. I'm trying to remember some of the others. There was a whole series of different shows that were kind of directly inspired by it.
Well, like the whole William Street thing of Adult Swim, those are the guys that created Space Ghost. Like that was really where they got their start.
Right.
And then once Cartoon Network started, what's so weird to me is like once Cartoon Network started creating their own other cartoon shows, like somehow like that they framed it as doing an episode of Space Ghost where then he interviewed the creators of those shows, and then they showed those pilot episodes. Like, in what universe do you like decide we're going to promote our show by putting the creator of that show on this other show we have that's all about insulting and like being antagonistic towards the guests? Like, it's just weird.
I mean, it sounds fun, if nothing else.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, it definitely seems like one of those shows I should watch at some point because of, like, the impact it's made on just cartoons in general in, like, the new era here, like, of the, like, what is it, probably year 2000, roughly, and on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cool. Well, it's kind of weird that you just all of a sudden got into it and watched all of it or whatever. But there you go.
I mean, it was on, and I was just like, I had forgotten a lot of it. Because again, like I was watching it as a kid, like in the middle of the night. And a lot of the earlier stuff I hadn't really seen because I hadn't really started trying to watch it more regularly till later.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of like seeing it all again for the first time, even though I at some point seen a lot of it.
Right.
It all felt fresh again.
Well, that's good.
It's such an interesting thing.
Cool.
It's interesting how well it works compared to, I think, a lot of stuff that followed in its footsteps that works a lot less well.
Right. So yeah, Space Ghost. Is this still like easily available to watch, or am I gonna have to find a torrent to watch it if I wanted to now?
I'm checking right now if
it's like findable. That would be cool.
I think it's still all free on Adult Swim's website. Okay. I don't know if that stuff works in Canada, but it looks like it's still up there.
Okay. It probably doesn't work in Canada because nothing does, but that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Cool.
I will say, I would start, if you're just looking for one episode to watch, episode 5 is one of like the first ones where they sort of start to figure it out.
Okay. Good to know.
Where they have Bobcat Goldthwait on.
Nice. That guy's an idiot. I love it.
Yep. There's a good like one of the things I love about Kentucky Nightmare. He's like they make that episode like years later, but they fucking reference that Bobcat Goldthwait episode 5 in it. Like Space Ghost just reminisces to a fucking line Bobcat Goldthwait had said in that episode, and then just starts laughing and doing stuff based on that.
God damn it.
Good in joke.
Cool. Maybe I'll start with that then. I always like a good like starting point, and then if I really get into it, I'll start from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They also
Yeah.
did cool thing, like there's just one episode where it's just like showing the table read for an episode of them like reading it at the table and like editing the writing as they're going. Like they just filmed that process for an episode
Mm-hmm.
and then aired that. Like just they could. It had the advantage of no one was paying any attention to what they were doing, so they could do whatever the fuck they wanted.
Right. That always leads to some great shit, actually. So
yeah, and they were young enough that they were like ambitious about trying stuff. It also had the benefit of the way that what ended up working was way cheaper than producing regular content. So
cool.
They could do more.
Nice. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't really watch anything new for television stuff in the time we've been hiatusing. One of the things I have been wanting to watch, and I'll probably report on next time we talk, is Black Mirror. So I'm looking forward to watching a lot of that pretty soon. Do you know about that show or care about it or anything?
I don't care about it.
That's fair. I really like Twilight Zone type stuff, so it sounds like up my alley for sure.
That's totally fair.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think the next, like, we should just transition into movies because it's kind of just like shows in a way. I guess.
Well, there's one video game I want to talk about first, though.
One video game? There's a few on here.
Naruto's Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 specifically.
Okay.
Because I played this game as a substitute for any other way of finishing the story of Naruto.
Because
this game happened to have picked up like kind of right where I had dropped off completely.
Okay, where does it pick up from then?
It's super late. Like super late.
Oh,
like
okay.
During the fucking end war.
Like I don't even know what that means, so okay.
Yeah. There's like Naruto ends up being an end game for fucking ever, and I got burned out of it. So this is like halfway through the fucking end game, whatever the fuck was going on at the time.
Okay. So this is like when he okay. I've only actually seen a lot of like when he was a kid. So
yeah.
This is a long time after that.
Yeah, so I think the 4 Ultimate Ninja Storm games are Shippuden. I think that's how that breaks out.
Okay.
Because this game is made by CyberConnect 2, but I think they've made Naruto games spanning the entire story. I think you could experience the entire story of Naruto purely through video games. I think that's right.
That's weird. Okay. Sure.
But so CyberConnect 2 also made one of my favorite games in Azura's Wrath. And Azura's Wrath is in great deal based on the work they were doing on the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm games. Like the Ultimate Ninja Storm games they're kind of fighting games, but they're not. They're weird and simple in certain ways and based around 3D movement. But because they've made like 5 at least of these games that were all the same, the benefit of that is all their work went into creating dynamic campaigns that like do a bunch of weird different things that a fighting game campaigns like you kind of want them to do.
Right.
So like the campaign for this game is kind of the closest thing I'm going to get to a new Azura's Wrath game. Like it goes that crazy. Also because this is end game of that show where people are busting out ridiculous moves. Like the move Planetary Annihilation gets used like 6 or more times.
Great.
That's just a thing people are just using. planetary annihilation.
I mean, that sounds right, though. That sounds canon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So it ended up being, like, for me, a good way to experience the ending. Because I like Azura's Wrath. I want another Azura's Wrath game. Also, apparently, Naruto is the reincarnation of Azura in actual Naruto myth. Just it happens to be a character named Azura, which is weird.
Oh. Okay.
That was a weird thing. Like, wait, what? Really? That's the name? Huh. Fucking weird.
Do you think, like, is it connected somehow? Is that possible?
I mean, kind of. I mean, there's definitely connections between Naruto and Azura. Like, there's stuff in Azura's Wrath that's ripped directly out of Naruto. And that idea. The problem is, Azura is, like, actually specifically a certain deity thing that doesn't really line up with what Naruto is.
Right.
But, like, I kind of get it. I kind of see it.
All right.
But,
so not quite.
That could just be a coincidence.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, that's the way to experience that show, is to play that game.
Apparently.
That's it. That's super interesting to me, actually.
The biggest problem with it is, and particularly up front, it does this way more often, is it takes actual parts of the anime, but doesn't, with no animation, it just, like, layers effects on them.
Weird.
But it's only really doing that for parts where people are just talking, but it's still kind of frustrating. You're like, why didn't you just fucking animate this? Why are you just using stills from the anime? But then in the later parts of the game where stuff starts to matter more, matter more, like, it's all fucking
matter
high
at all
emotional national stakes. It's just later story stuff.
Okay.
They freshly animate all more of that stuff in the engine. So the use of static anime stuff becomes less of a problem as it goes on. But it's, like, that's, like, the weird bummer about it early on is how much of that there is.
Right. Okay.
But once you get past that, then it starts doing cool stuff. And it does the stuff of, like, now it's like a rail shooter, kind of. Like, you're locking on to stuff and then firing off, and now it's quick time events, and now you're playing a fighting game, and now you're a giant weird monster that moves slowly and attacks weird. Like, it just keeps mixing it up in ways that are like, that's cool. And just in a way that, like, like, a fighting game story is such a hard thing to do, so just fucking do weird shit.
Yeah.
Do some dumb quick time event thing that's just fucking big and
like,
dumb.
That's all I'm here for. So
yeah. Like, I mean, Azura's Wrath is still better. It's a better story.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
It's a more contained story. It's not like, but, like, this happened to line up right where I kind of wanted to know how Naruto ended. I spent so much goddamn time with that series, and I put it off. But, like, there's a video game that happens to, like, condense all that, and I could play it in, like, whatever 7 hours and get that whole story out of the way.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get as much story out of 7 hours watching the show. That's for sure.
Watching the show, certainly not. Maybe, I don't know how long it would have taken me to read all the manga, which was how I was consuming Naruto at that point, anyway.
Oh,
the show was
okay.
Because the show's pacing it's
bad.
It's bad when it's good. Like, there are parts of that. There are certain fights in that show that I think the anime handles really well. Like,
sure.
There's a particular fucking Jiraiya's final fight actually is fucking amazing in the anime. It's like 6 episodes, maybe.
Okay.
But that was actually fucking great. Like, I think that's like the high point of that entire series for me.
Wow.
And they did a really good job animating it.
Okay.
But,
so are you done? Like, is Naruto done for
I
you
know
now?
I know how Naruto ends. I think they're doing a second series about Naruto's son, but fuck
Right.
that.
Isn't his name like Kabuto or something?
Boruto.
Boruto. No, Naruto and Boruto.
Pretty much.
It's so good. Oh my god, Japan, I love you so much. It's so good. It's like if Bart's kid's name was Bort. Like, literally. That's what it is. It's so good. Oh my god, I love it. It's, yeah. Too good for this world.
Yep.
Anyways, okay, so that's the way. Do you know if, like, the other games, I can just experience, like, all of Shippuden through games instead of watching the anime?
I think you can through the first four, from what I understand.
Dope.
1 through 4.
I might actually look into this. That sounds like a way better way to do it.
Then watching the anime for sure.
Like, would reading the manga just be easier?
Reading the manga would probably be easier.
Yeah.
But the thing was, I mean, I was reading the manga a chapter at a time, even, and at a certain point, I was just like, fucking, what is going on? What is happening?
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't moving fast enough, even. They brought every character back from the dead.
Great.
Almost. I think all but one comes back from the dead.
Jesus Christ.
Like, God damn it.
What a waste.
What was also super weird is the weird ways that Naruto and Green Lantern comics were like the same plot.
How so?
Where like Green Lantern did fucking Blackest Night, where every dead character in DC became a Black Lantern.
Oh, yeah.
And then Naruto did a thing where every character came back. But also, before that, Naruto had all the tailed beast things.
Yeah.
And then Green Lantern, like, basically copied that and gave every color Lantern Corps its own, like, beast animal that was super powerful with that color energy. Like, right. It was just weird. Like, in some cases, looked like Green Lantern copying Naruto, and then in some cases, Naruto did something that Green Lantern did first. It was just a weird thing that I noticed because I was reading both of them
at the same time.
Yeah.
Weird. Okay.
Like, it was just that it was not just one copying the other; it was them both copying each other. Was what made it super weird.
All right. Well, I never would have put that together, so that's really weird.
Yeah.
Huh. Fair enough.
But yeah, I enjoyed experiencing Naruto that way.
Yeah, that sounds like a cool way to do it, for sure. A way I would prefer, to be honest with you, playing games. Maybe, like, streaming it, too, so people could tell me how bad I am, and also what's going on with more context. Wouldn't be a bad idea, either.
That's fair.
Yeah. I mean, this is an easy way to transition into more games, then. So okay. We should just talk about video games, then, and we'll end off with movies. So, you've been playing the 2016 election. I'm just kidding. We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that.
I do think I'm going to write a thing. Yeah, I don't want to, I really don't want to flood Twitter with my thoughts or, the Discord, but I think I'll just post a thing separately and just say I wrote a thing if people care what my thoughts are.
Sure.
Because I have thoughts.
Right.
But fucking fuck.
Yeah. And if you want to hear two Canadians who aren't part of the terror that's happening talk about it, you can listen to the Pixel Response for this week where Nathan and I talk about it.
The guy it's going to have the fucking nuclear codes. It's not.
All I have to say about Nathan and I's talk is that this will be the last time Hank and I ever speak together again. After he hears what we say. It's actually not too bad, I don't think. I think he held back a lot more than he wanted to. I didn't really have anything disrespectful to say about it. Although I have some opinions that went out there. But you can listen to that later. I have
disrespectful things to say about it. So.
Yeah. You're also caught in the middle of the storm, and we get to just watch from the sideline. So that's kind of why it was like not as impassioned with us talking about it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, Naruto starts with the letter N, and N++ is a game. There you go.
N++ is a game.
Yeah. Naruto++.
It's basically just more N.
Yeah.
But I really like N. So
I mean,
it's cool to have.
You've been just having like chill out streams where you play it for a few hours and then go offline. Like you've been playing a decent amount of it.
I play it till I hit like a point where I'm bad now.
Right.
Like I just stop if I'm stuck on a level or I'm too frustrated.
Right.
I've just been like working through all the levels. Although I skipped one section because there's a bug that I'm still waiting for them to fucking fix that triggers on this one level where when too many enemies get overlaid, and they do a thing in this level that overlays a bunch of the thing that spawns an evil ninja that just follows your path.
Yeah.
And whenever you hit that, there's a bug that it resets the song. It's like a weird audio bug where too much audio plays and it resets the music every time, and that drives me insane.
Yeah, that sounds
because one of the things I really like about the game is when you reset, the music just keeps playing because that's fucking key to that kind of game.
Totally, yeah, 100%. So yeah, anything that you really like about it that's new or anything over N?
Not really. It's just super good, and it's super good to remember how much I like that platforming and its simplicity and the way it doesn't indulge in gimmicks the way Super Meat Boy does.
Like the fans or like shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Just that this simple platforming, and I've played it enough that I'm really familiar with that. The way that the physics work in that game with his floaty jump and the way you try to hit obstacles and wall jump to increase your momentum.
Right.
Like I just have a really good feel for that stuff in a way that makes the game more fun.
Sure. Okay. That sounds cool then, because that's what I can't get over. Is the floatiness and the gaining momentum specific way and all that sort of shit that you like. Is the stuff that is a barrier for me personally. So,
yeah, it's because I was playing that game in high school, like, basically, like the physics have pretty much carried through since that first Flash game. So if people are interested in N, it's a free Flash. The original N is a free Flash game that pretty much plays the same and has super good levels. So that's just worth playing. Like,
right.
If you want to check that out, like. I feel like N++ is more just for people who like that thing. And it has user-created level stuff that I haven't even messed with. But and that stuff is like one of these things that's like, how does Mario Maker fuck this up? Where fucking N++, you can watch anyone's replay in the game.
Yeah.
Of how they beat it. And
it has Nintendo doesn't care.
I know, and it has a list of leaderboards for everyone who's beaten. Like, it's so good. It's like the correct way to do that. And I wish Mario Maker had just the ability to watch people's replays so badly.
Me too. I would spend more time doing that than actually playing Mario Maker, I think.
It would give me more motivation to play it.
Sure.
I would play it. I would engage with it a lot more for sure.
Sure.
Because that's how I learned how to get better at N, was watching the top plays and seeing what things they could do And that's a lot of times, like even with Mario games, that's how I've gotten better at Mario games because I watched videos of people online doing speed runs and just like realizing certain things I didn't realize you could do when I just played that game myself. And
So
then just like trying.
You watched that Proton John video of Kaizo, and you were just like, hey, that's how you do that thing.
Not really. That wasn't really the way that went.
Okay.
It was more watching someone speedrun Super Mario Brothers 3 and realize, saying, oh, I don't have to just have incredible anxiety on the auto-scrolling tank levels. I can just jump around and jump on all the cannonballs or whatever.
Right. You can. It's a playground, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's a really weird thing for me. For when I was younger, auto-scrolling levels would give me a lot of anxiety.
Yeah, because you're not in control anymore.
Yeah. Whereas now those end up being some auto-scroller levels and platformers end up being some of my favorite because I like the restriction and the way it forces me to like focus and have to be more precise and stuff.
Weird. Huh.
I end up really liking good auto-scrollers a lot.
Well, that's
or
cool.
Levels where something is chasing me also works. Like that Donkey Kong Country Returns level where there's too many spiders.
There's so many spiders, though.
It's a good level.
I guess. There's just so many spiders.
There are a lot of spiders.
There's a lot of fucking spiders. Anyway, all right then. Enough about spider talk. Talk about Tricky Towers.
Tricky Towers is fucking dope. It's like, what if instead of you're using Tetris pieces, but instead of clearing lines, you're just building with physics. Like they all have physics, and it has like Tetris battle stuff in it of like you get magic and you can use it either help yourself or punish your opponent, or just not your opponent, the person who's playing next to you.
Right.
Or you can compete or you can just play solo, and there's a bunch of solo challenges. It's just a super fun puzzle game.
It is a cool game.
And Tetris pieces are just such good pieces for doing stuff with. Like not having like the thing where Spera last year and the way it was in beta, the way it introduced pieces that weren't Tetris pieces was always annoying.
Yep.
Even though this game isn't a Tetris game and plays completely different, it's still like those 4 block pieces are so good, and like my brain just likes putting them in places where they fit together. Like this still just reinforces the idea that that's the right way to have that kind of game with 4-piece blocks.
Yeah, totally. It's a really cool looking game. I don't own it yet, but every time I see people play it, it looks fun. It just the problem I have as a watcher, somebody watching like people play it, is it doesn't give a good indication of who is who when there's more than one person on the screen, and that bugs me because there's no like nameplates or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, if somebody doesn't say like I'm green wizard dude or like I'm the one on the left or something like that, I don't know who I'm watching, and that's infuriating to me as a viewer. But yeah, that's a UI problem. That's not a problem with the gameplay.
Yeah. So it has a couple. I'll just say quickly. It has like 3 different modes. One is you're trying to stack to get to a finish line, just create the highest tower any way possible. One is you're trying to use all these pieces to create a tower without dropping any of them, and you have like 3 hearts and health. And then there's one that there's like a laser beam that sets off a height limit, and you're trying to fit all your pieces onto some specific platforms below that line. And if you fuck up, like everything shifts forward, and you're just trying to get as many pieces under there as you can.
Right.
And if you're playing against people, really I think the race one of just trying to stack at any means necessary is easily the best one. If you're playing with other people, the other modes end up being fine though. For the game also has a bunch of single player challenges, and I think those modes work better there. for just doing on your own.
Sure. Yeah. I could definitely see that.
But
that game is super cool.
Because what's the best about it is like the part of the just free stacking where hubris gets involved, and you try to rush it, and you get a little too precarious in your tower, and then it all comes crumbling down on you. And everything you've built falls apart in front of your eyes.
But I mean, that's also super annoying. It's also the worst. That's why it's the best. But I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was from watching it the first time I saw it. That was like, oh, this game's great. Like that can happen. That you can just or that you can just fuck up and like this Tetris piece is now fucking crooked. Like, what the fuck do I do? I have to knock this off. Like, I like that too. It's super, super frustrating, but it's like.
But I mean, that's the point.
Yeah. And it emphasizes the majesty of fitting Tetris pieces together properly.
For sure. Physics, man.
Physics are the worst, but
they are.
But they're good. They make things more interesting. They make things more interesting.
Yeah, that they definitely do. In every game, honestly. Every game needs physics.
I mean, Jurassic Park Trespasser is definitely better because of physics.
Kirby would be better if for physics. You like eat something that's a little too big and you're just like your feet can't touch the ground until you spit it out properly, so you're rolling. Or like you're doing this weird waddle instead of walking.
It just sounds like you're turning Kirby into Wario Land 2.
I mean, essentially. That's what I want to do. I want to kind of just make everything secretly Wario Land.
Not Wario Land 1, Wario Land 2.
No, just any of them.
Oh, okay.
I just want Wario in everything. I want to be able to play Wario in Battle Right.
Farting powers.
It'd be pretty good. Yeah, that's how you propel into, like, it's like his charge move.
Well, you'd have a charge, then you have fart is like a poison.
Yeah. That, like, it's his escape. It leaves a poison cloud, but then he also shoots up in the air and, like, in an arc over the walls or something. Anyways, Battle Right came out, and you are the only person I think have played it, like, in our little community. So, and we played it together. But I think that game is super cool and fun, and I don't think it's going to go very far because the hype around it died real quick.
It still has a decent player base. The problem is, like, with anything, it's very skill intensive. Like, it's all about skill shots and stuff.
Right.
It's like, and it's super structured around competitive. So there's not that much room for a casual audience. But I don't think that game is also simple enough. I don't know that as long as it has its dedicated fans and it's kind of doing a specific thing that I don't know any other game is doing. And like for me, it's like, oh, what that game is like, let's take WoW arena matches, but make them just like streamlined the way a MOBA is. Just like, there are these, you have all these abilities, but you don't have to worry about fucking leveling or anything. Like you're leveling through a match, but so it's all about the skill. And there just aren't that many games that's just like, here, just fucking fight with these like complicated mechanics. That's not a MOBA. Like, it was just kind of fucking weird that space was that open for them.
Yeah.
That like no one had made just an arena brawler. But I guess the fucking tant of League money was too strong.
We can agree that it's still the most generic name, though.
Battle Right?
Yeah.
Is it more generic than Battleborn?
It's about as generic, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. It's real bad.
It's a bad name. It's a fun game, though. It's one of those games that isn't actually technically out yet, because when it is out, it'll be free to play. And the only reason we're playing it right now is because you can buy early access, but I prefer the model they are going for because it's the same model that Smite incorporated, where if you buy early or buy at a certain time and you just pay the money, you'll have all the heroes in perpetuity for the rest of your life that the game will ever release. And that's super important to me for games like this that are hero based, to try different things. So some people would prefer to spend time in a game and like unlock stuff and never have to pay a cent. I have a normal job and like ostensibly a life to live, so I would rather just pay a small fee to be able to play whatever I want when I want. So it's fun either way. There was a time when I was in school and stuff where I would have totally been the type of person to play a game for like, if you could pay for WoW subscription back when I was playing at hardcore rating, I would never have paid for that game because I would have always had money for it. But like now I don't have like the time to get all that gold or whatever, so I don't mind paying the $15 a month. But yeah, just different times in your life, I guess. That game's super fun. It needs more to it right now, obviously, because it's not technically out yet. And
like
more players.
Its player base is pretty good. My problem with it, I would say, is it's only 2v2 and 3v3 matches. So it's just unless you have people who play it with you, that's when it shines. But like you're gonna find people who are gonna play this specific game with you all the time. Like that's not realistic, really.
What would be cool is like a weird free-for-all mode where it was just like a 5v5, but nobody's on a team.
Oh, that would be fucking dope.
Yeah, like they could definitely add something like that.
Or like a free-for-all of like 6 players, all free-for-all, or 10 players, a free-for-all. Like, go crazy with it.
Yeah, just some crazy thing that you could play to like unlock some in-game currency to buy like the skins or whatever.
Yeah.
That would be cool. They should do something like that, and that would cater to the single-player crowds more for sure too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so in this list here, we have like the latest thing that we've both been playing. I'm going to do a quick recap. I have a list up from like games that came out this year that like we would have missed in the last couple months that like I'm going to just say something about, and we can talk about them if we want to, but we'll go through them quick. Pokemon Go was a huge phenomenon we didn't touch on.
Yeah. I don't have a phone, so playing it I never got to quite play it the correct way.
Right.
And it was always a thing where whenever people talked about Pokemon Go, I wanted to play Pokemon Go. Because just the way I happen to walk around would fit in with Pokemon Go, but I couldn't play it that way. I had to play it sitting in a space.
It would have been perfect for you. That would have been the perfect app for you.
It would have. But also, it's such a shallow thing, ultimately. I really don't like the way that they implemented battling, that once people stopped talking about Pokemon Go, I was perfectly happy to forget about it.
Sure. Yeah. When they add more to it, I think it'll be worthy again of taking up some space on my phone, but for now it isn't. Basically.
I just wish they used fucking standard Pokemon battle rules.
Me too.
Instead of that weird dodge thing. Like, what?
Yep, me too. Also, being able to trade with friends or battle friends and like have friendly battles, any of that stuff.
Any kind of social aspects,
would have been really nice, yeah. Also, like maybe just let Pokemon show up even if you work in the middle of nowhere, or like live kind of like in an area without gyms and stuff nearby. Maybe just like up the rate, because people in rural areas and stuff just couldn't play it because they're not near anything, so Pokemon like never would show up. I don't know. Stupid shit like that. Like, it's a fucking game. Don't, like, I get, you want me to go to like the giant fountain in the center of my town. It's like, guess what? I actually work and have a life. I can't just like take a full day to Poke hunt. Just like, so up that stupid rate a little bit, so when I'm in my shitty warehouse job, I can maybe catch a Pikachu or something. But whatever. Whatever.
So there's a part of me that wishes I could have like participated in the weird fucking crowds of people that would play that game in like Central Park in Manhattan.
Yeah.
But then there's the other part of me that's like, you know what? I fucking hate crowds. That's
Yeah.
the worst. So I'm okay with not having experienced that also.
Yeah, sure. That same weekend or week or whatever, Inside came out. The Limbo sequel, spiritual successor rather.
Yeah.
That game's super cool. I have a playthrough of it on my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel. It's the same video, just split up or whatever. But
there's a dope thing that happens in that game.
That's not one I'll talk about the ending for, but yeah, there's a thing that happens, and it's cool, and people should see that thing, because if I'm going to be quite honest with you, besides the, like, normal Limbo style gameplay of, like, you're trying to make sure this kid doesn't die, that's the only thing that happens that's, like, worth talking about, so I'm not going to ruin it for you if you haven't played it yet. Also, that game's super short, so go ahead and play it, like, 4 hours, you'll be done. Excuse me. Okay, what else do we have here? Monster Hunter Generations took me over for about a week or 2 weeks, and then other stuff started coming out and I had to put it down, but that game is super good. The biggest problem with it is that it's on handheld, and that's not how I like to play Monster Hunter.
Fair enough.
Yep.
That's why I didn't get it.
That's the biggest problem with it. Also, every single person who's like, yeah, I'll play with you, just like was never around, so you're all fucking liars and I hate you. Earth Defense Force 4.1. We've been playing a bunch of that.
I still need to play that sometime. I still haven't played it.
Did you buy it?
I did buy it.
Yeah, that game's super fun. There was a while there where me, John, Tenmar, and K-Head were playing it together for a bit. It all kind of stemmed from it coming out for free on PlayStation Plus, John getting it. I played it at his house and was like, we should stream this together. And he's like, yeah, we definitely should. And then we did. So that's kind of where that all started. I'm just scrolling down through the list here of games. There's a lot here that I've played, but there's nothing to talk about. Like Stardew Valley had a bunch of shit going on for it, but I didn't get into it as big as other people did. Oh, okay, we have to give a little bit of time to this. No Man's Sky came out. And that was just a whole thing in itself, with people hyping that game up for like the last, like, what feels like 100 years. The game comes out and people are like obsessively like saying that it's the best thing ever, and then like literally the next day everybody hates it. It was a really weird thing. I think the big weird thing about it was No Man's Sky came out first during the week on console, and console people who play like PlayStation or Nintendo or Xbox or whatever their console of choice is, just console players, aren't privy to the fact that there's a game like that every fucking week on PC that is like better, basically. So for them, they had this big giant space thing that they could play around in, like a big giant space sandbox. And for when it came out on PC, everybody's like, oh, good, this is shittier than the early access thing I downloaded last week. Like, so, you know.
Yeah.
No Man's Sky was definitely meant to, like, be a bridging gap for those console players to see what we've been playing on PC for a long time, only it was a shitty version of it. So there you go. That's that.
Yeah, I think the part where they really... the part that really ends up burning them on the way they marketed it was the way Sean Murray talked about multiplayer, where that game really doesn't have it, but he wouldn't say that.
Right.
Because like in his mind, like, oh, you're naming things and people could see it maybe. But like he left open this door that like allowed people to think there would be like a Journey or Dark Souls style multiplayer thing of encountering someone in your world.
Right.
Like not like a full open world MMO thing or anything, but just like the chance of encountering a person discreetly, even if it was limited. And that just isn't in the game at all. Right. And the way he was coy about stuff, I feel like really made people think that was gonna be in there, and when it wasn't at all, that was a big thing.
I mean, he kind of straight up lied about it too.
Yeah.
Because there were parts where he was being coy about it, but there were interviews and stuff where they're like, okay, but like, if you and a friend met up on the same planet, would you see each other? He said, and he would say something like, it's highly unlikely or whatever. But then he's like, yes, you would. And then no, you don't. Because it was proven within the first 2 days of it coming out on PC by 2 streamers. Because streamers and people that play stuff on PC are obsessively crazy and they need to find everything out. So they tried it out, and no, it's not a thing. It just isn't.
Like, it was just so stupid of like the way they underestimated the ability of the internet to fucking explore your game way more than you expect them to be able to.
Yeah.
Like, of course 2 people were gonna fucking find each other immediately. That's how the fucking internet works.
Yep.
Particularly with a game that had this much excitement behind it.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Hype.
The hype. Yeah. For some people, they loved it, and all the power to them. Like, if you're gonna spend that money, I hope you do love it. And I'm super excited that people like Nathan bought it and felt super satisfied with about 100 hours of it, of just like listening to podcasts and shooting stuff with your gun and like getting parts and stuff like that. He had a great time with it, and I'm super stoked for him. That's what video games are supposed to do. However, I did not. I thought it was a ripoff, and I'm kind of mad that they just completely misled people to the point where their old E3 trailer that is not even the real game is like still on their Steam page. So
that's the crazy thing to me, because like part of the big appeal to it was like, yeah, there are games like this, but this one looks super good. But it only really looks super good in that trailer.
Right.
The game doesn't, like, there's an aesthetic to it, but it looks like one of those games. You can tell the voxely nature of it when you look at it. It doesn't, when you really look at it, you're like, yeah, I can understand how the guys who made Joe Danger could make this.
Yeah,
like, that actually
totally
checks out for the way this actually works. Like, this is actually believable. What wasn't believable was the fidelity that's shown off in that trailer, and it wasn't real.
Right. Totally.
Also, just think it's funny. Like, I wonder if this is part of an impetus for Steam is changing the way what it allows in screenshots in its store.
I think it is. Yep.
Where you have to have an actual screenshot now. You can't
from the
use
game.
Art. Yeah.
Yep.
Although, what's funny to me is like the Dota 2 Steam store was full of art and not screenshots before they've decided on this policy.
Yeah. Okay, where are we here? The bunker is still one I want to get to, so I wish I could talk about that, but I can't yet. I should do that sometime soon.
I haven't heard great things.
I mean, I haven't either, but I love FMV shit. So, I don't know. I'm kind of hoping. I got my fingers crossed anyways. What else came out that was worth talking about up until now? I'm going through the list here, and to be honest with you,
there was Reigns?
Reigns, yeah. We could talk about Reigns. Reigns was real good.
It's super cool.
Yep.
I kind of fell off with it, but I really like how they handled it in terms of that, because it like works. It's like mechanic is like the way Tinder works, so it works really good on mobile.
Yep.
And it's just a neat way to experience stories and just make simple choices.
Oh, totally. Yeah, no, it was
that
really
dog
good.
though. That dog though.
That dog freaked me out. Like, holy shit. That might have been one of the biggest surprises in gaming this year for like a thing that happens in the game.
Yeah, it's real good.
That's a really good game, and it's out on Steam too, so people have no excuse to say like, "Oh, I can't play it." You can play it, so and you should.
And it's cheap.
And it's cheap. All right, let's go ahead and just jump right back. Like, I could talk a little bit about Battlefield 1 or whatever. I'm not going to. It doesn't matter. It's a Battlefield game, and it feels like one. So if you like those games, you should probably get that one. It's fine.
I played Batman Telltale.
Okay.
And I'm not enjoying it.
Okay, but it's not fully out yet. Maybe it takes a giant turn and it's the best one.
That could happen. There's a thing that happens at the very start of episode 2 that was just I hated it. They go back to fucking the site where Bruce Wayne's parents die.
I heard about this.
They fucking exploit it. They do the worst shit with it, and it's
I heard about this. Yep.
That's not really the only thing that really is making me hate the game. Other than that, they're making choices that maybe I don't agree with, but it's
fine.
But it's also just a big disappointment to me, just because really Batman is the first property Telltale's made a game with that I care about in terms of their newer stuff. Like, I don't care about Borderlands. I don't care about Fables. I don't care about Walking Dead. I don't care about Game of Thrones. And, like, they've had a way of making stuff I didn't care about more interesting to me.
Right.
And this is something I care about, and it's definitely less interesting than many other versions of this thing, I will say.
Are you wondering now if maybe all the things that, like, maybe that's what they do? Like, if you cared about Walking Dead, maybe that Walking Dead game would just be less interesting inherently because of what they did to it?
Not with Walking Dead, because I've watched a bunch of that show and read some of that comic. Like, I'm at least familiar with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, I'm familiar enough with the stuff that I still think what they were doing before was good. I just think this is the first time and I don't know about Fable. Wolf Among Us, I don't really know how that comic is. I never really read it. It never grabbed me at all. But that's the only other example where they really were writing a story about the character from the thing. Because a lot of these games, they're creating wholesale new characters.
That's true.
Which I think is advantage for them. Like, it was an advantage in The Walking Dead, because I think their main character is, say what you will about fucking that game, like, they're better characters than the main characters of the fucking Walking Dead TV show.
You're totally right. They are.
And
100%.
the characters in Tales of the Borderlands, I think, are way more interesting than the. Although I actually think they do good stuff with some of the existing characters from Borderlands.
Okay.
But this is the first one where it's like they're making a story about Batman,
right?
And I don't think they're doing a good job at making a story about Batman,
right?
And
to be fair, did you think they could? I don't think that they could, because Batman has been tried by a lot of different people, some to success, some to failure, but like he's been through the ringer for people writing about him, and like I don't know, when it's good, it's really good, and there's no way Telltale will ever compare to that stuff.
I mean, I only thought they could do it because of the way Wolf Among Us worked, where if they were just telling a detective story with him, it could have worked. What doesn't work is they went we're humanizing Bruce Wayne route, and we're gonna like dive depths into that character that haven't been done before. Like, that was the total wrong approach. Yeah. Like, what you needed to do was tell a like formula story with Batman as a detective and just like have that play out, and they didn't do that. So
yeah, no, you're 100% right. They're not supposed,
like,
you shouldn't be talking about Bruce Wayne or like why he's Batman or like any of the origin stuff. We already know who Batman is. He's a known essence in like every community by now. So just give us a thing that he's doing as your thing.
Yeah.
I agree. 100%. That's really I didn't know that's what they were doing with him. And that's...
Yeah, no.
There's no way I actually want to play that now at all. I don't care at all now.
It's real bad.
All right.
I'm going to finish it, though. But
I mean, you should. But, like, Jesus, I don't envy it. Yeah. I don't envy you at all.
Yeah. The Tales from the Borderlands could be their final, like, their masterpiece. Could go down as, because that game is great. And this is a bad direction.
I hope that company actually fails. Like, I just want them to go down. I'm sick of Telltale shit.
They're probably still selling well enough.
As soon as they do Telltale Resident Evil, I'm probably just gonna kill myself. Probably just gonna kill myself. Let's talk about Titanfall 2, the new hotness. Probably one of the best shooters of the year in a year with like 1,000 best shooters of the year.
Fuck, Titanfall 2 is fucking good.
In a way I wasn't expecting at all. I was expecting it to be okay. Yeah.
And I was expecting it to be good because I was hearing people saying, like, dude, you need to play this. Like, this is the one. But man,
yeah,
it's real good.
Really, spoilers for Titanfall from here on, I guess. So, yeah. There you go.
The game I most want to compare this campaign to is Portal.
Okay.
Like, just in terms of, this is like shooter Portal, just in terms of how tight its structure is around, we have an idea, we're going to go through that idea, and then we're done with that idea and moving on to the next thing, and then once we're out of ideas, we're done and we're out. Peace.
It does do that.
Like, it compares to original, and that's a lot of physics-y stuff and interesting mechanics. I feel like it compares to Portal 1 in that it also has a good story. Like, there's also the like stuff around it is also good.
Yeah. I think it doesn't start that strong though.
It doesn't. It starts much more like a standard shooter.
It's a pretty generic thing where like the Titan is down or what. Actually, okay. It starts off really cool with like the pilot as his like final thing, like hooking up his Titan to you essentially. And then the Titan's just like, I have, like, my power core is fucked. You got to get me, like, some power cells or whatever. And you're like, fine. Yeah. It's a fetch mission. It's boring, but it's kind of the tutorial mission to get you learning how to move in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. It's basically, it's the tutorial mission for platforming, even though you just had a tutorial mission about moving and shooting.
Like, I think it's more the mission on, like, how to read what you can run on and stuff in the world.
Yeah. That's true. That's
and really it's cool. It's still cool. It just feels like it's maybe half an hour longer than it needs to be or something because it's kind of boring. I don't know. I guess at best it's totally playable, fine thing to begin with.
Yeah.
But then, man, it starts going some crazy. It goes kind of crazy. So like the second part of that mission is you're in like a sewer of a base or something, and you're like moving around, and that's kind of where they start introducing some different enemy types that they're going to throw at you, and it gives you them like another place that you can get a loadout for your Titan and all that sort of stuff. So it's more basic shooter thing. That's probably like the first mission is very much a tutorial on how to move around and like what you're looking for and some weapons you can access and stuff and to get your Titan running. Second mission is very much a standard shooter type mission. And then the third mission is like a time travel phenomenon thing. And you're just like, oh, this is good. Like it's you're in this like facility or whatever, and you're trying to find basically like the main thing, the arc or the core, whatever they call it. I can't remember. And there's a bunch of story stuff going on in here, but the thing that makes it interesting is that in your like current timeline of it or whatever, it's all overgrown and shitty looking after like an incident obviously happened here. But you keep hitting these like space-time anomalies or something, and it's switching like you back and forth to when it like in the past when it was a fully functional facility and there's like scientists and people like at the like coffee thing or like at the cooler talking or just walking around and looking at stuff, and then you come back and there's like a fucking dinosaur thing like jumping at you or something. But
I will say, I think you did skip the weird factory.
The weird factory.
That's like you're going. That happens first, right? Where BT gets like captured, and you have to go through this like facility that's like this production line, and as you're going through, like more and more stuff is getting built onto these platforms, and it like starts to film like a house, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? and you get up, and then you're like climbing on like sideways buildings.
Is that you're right. It is before. I did skip over that. So yeah,
Yeah.
they're like the whole third mission then is actually just like what you learned about how to parkour and taking it to the extreme.
Yeah, because that's the part of the game where like it starts to you start to just think about what's going on. Like, what is this? Like you're like going over a production line, and then this platform is covered in grass. Yeah. Like, what? Why?
And then like a wall and couch gets put down. Like, yeah, it's weird. You're right. I did forget all about that.
Like, it's just this cool transition from like standard, like Call of Duty style, like, but with wall running shooter to like, there's more going on in this game. Like, we're going to start doing stuff.
Yeah.
And the stuff they do eventually going to get to is that time travel stuff.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about the time travel stuff in a second. So what I've explained so far, I guess, would have been mission like 4, but you're right. Mission 3 is important in a way because that's where you actually feel like, okay, yeah, they're definitely doing something different here, because there's a part in that where they do a standard shooter thing for a while where you're on like this thing on an assembly line and a like base or whatever is being built around you as you're going. But it feels standard shootery because you're still kind of just like going from platform to platform, killing a bunch of dudes or robots or whatever, and then going to the next one until about the end of it, where the whole like thing is fully 90 degrees and you're like supposed to like climb up everything with it being 90 degrees. So you're like doing a lot of wall jumping and then like finding a platform that you can go onto, like the side of a couch or something that's attached to the ground, but that's like completely 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the top of it, the dome just like turns into this beautiful outdoor scenery, and all these pieces start moving to form like the base of what you're going to be like doing this giant scene on, where you're like fighting a Titan or whatever. Like, it's really fucking cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, like, and what I love about it is like it's a slow burn of like the game showing you there's some intrigue here.
Right. Like there's ideas going on.
Yeah, like after those first couple missions that seem pretty fucking standard. Yeah. Although there's some cool things they do in the first tutorial mission in terms of it being like a weird hologram simulation thing. But like then you're just like you're going through this level and it's just like, what? Like these platforms are just like, there's stuff. Like, why? What the fuck is the point of this giant facility that's like building a fake house?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
and
no,
it, like,
it's really
never
cool.
Quite makes any sense because it's kind of just there to kind of like look cool, because that's really what this game is. It's just like a string of things that are cool.
Yep.
But it fucking works. Like,
totally.
That's all it needs to do.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Let's move on to what I was talking about then, which I guess is mission 4, basically. The time travel thing. That's when you know that you're actually playing a gem. Like, when that stuff starts happening.
Because the way they introduce it is like you walk into a hallway and you like warp, and then you're in this fucking, suddenly this place is super nice and there are people walking around, and then you warp back and you're like, what the fuck? Like, as a player, you're like, what the fuck is that? The character doesn't say anything until it happens the second time, and then it's like you're just like, I guess you time traveled. Huh, weird.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, that's the way you introduce time travel. Just, it's time travel, whatever. It just happened.
I think the best thing about that part too is that like idea is good enough right now for like an idea, but then they push it even further, and I think that's what makes this game great, is that every time they introduce an idea, they push it further and further until there's like basically a boss fight or like a big scene or something to end that part off. So like,
because like as you're going through, like every time you're going back to the past, like they start to catch on that there's like, you start hearing more things about there being an intruder.
Yeah.
And they're referring to you.
Yep.
And it like just builds and builds until like later there's just like fucking security everywhere every time you go back there.
Yep. And then at that point,
really well.
You find like a little teleporter machine to change it at will.
Yeah.
on a dude, on a scientist or a soldier or whatever. So you put it on your hand and you're like, cool. You don't explain what it is. You just know that now when you push this button, like, you're going to jump through time.
Press a button to time travel.
Yep.
Boom.
And then to add on top of that, now that you have a way to time travel, you're expected to traverse the environment using time travel. So, like, in your timeline, there's a giant inferno blazing where this, like, gas main obviously blew up and there's just consistent, like, fire going through here. But you're going to have to wall run because you need to get at the other end of the hallway. So you're going to time travel, but, like, in the past, that's not there, so you can start running on the wall, but then there's like a laser grid past that part, so you have to time travel while you're running on the wall and doing a jump in midair to the present so that there's nothing there, so you can continue on. Like, it's fucking dope.
Yeah, I mean, and that's like where the Portal comparisons really started to like start forming in my mind of like, there's like, this is cool puzzle shit. Like, they introduced a cool mechanic and they're making you use it with the tools at your disposal in a cool way.
Yeah.
And escalating it as it goes along.
Totally. And then like a big thing happens where you're basically trying to get out and a bunch of things are attacking you in both dimensions. There's the robots in the like past, or the security guards and robots or whatever. But then, like, you jump to the present, there's a bunch of, like, the dinosaurs and, like, some renegade guards and stuff fighting. And like, it's real cool. And then you get out of it, and you see your Titan down below, so you go chill with him, and he's like, we detected some dudes over there. You go over there, and they're like, there's a giant dish array that needs to be fixed. So you're climbing around in the sky at some point and, like, trying to get this giant dish working again by doing a bunch of weird things to like move around. It's so fucking cool, man. It's so fucking cool. It's such a good game. Like, without just going over every little piece, one of the other things I really loved was one of the end missions where you're trying to like catch up with the bad dudes basically, and like you're basically storming this fortress of like guards, robots, and other titans and stuff just like everywhere. And you're just like 8 dudes fucking storming this place and just like destroying shit because your titan is fully like loadout capable now. So you're just going through with like a Gatling gun or your lasers or whatever. And man, it's just so fucking cool feeling. Just knowing that you're a Titan and like these other 7 dudes with you or whatever are just like the biggest badasses ever.
Yeah, it's fucking dope.
It is
fucking dope.
And then then they get on the plane and they're like, oh no, they're getting away. So what are you gonna do? Your whole crew's going on like your little plane and stuff, and you're gonna use your Titan to throw you to other planes so you can take out the guns. Yeah. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so
fucking the evil flying Titan shows up.
Yep.
We're like, fuck.
Yeah, he does.
That guy can fly.
That guy can fly. And then his fight is like kind of anticlimactic, which is super disappointing, but that's fine. I don't know.
I feel like kind of most of the main Titan boss fights are a little anticlimactic.
Totally. Yeah.
Difficult playing on, I guess. Like maybe they would be more intense on a higher difficulty.
Yeah, you're probably right. But okay, with that mission specifically, so the way it ends is like one of your planes or the one you're on or whatever, and your Titan crashes, right? So you kind of like lose consciousness. And when you wake up, your Titan is like being held, like chained or whatever. It has no like arms or legs anymore or whatever. It's just the chassis, and you're just kind of like knocked out, and you see the guy like interrogating the Titan or whatever. It's like, it's such a weird scene, but it's kind of the reason I'm talking about this scene is it kind of leads into one of the things I think is super important, and that's the writing for the 2 main characters of like the AI Titan and your character is BT and Cooper is so good that like you kind of forget this is a robot. It's now your buddy. So like
it's real good. Like
yeah,
it really works. The writing that's in there.
which is surprising, right? Like, it's super surprising that we're actually talking about the writing of, like, a fucking AI robot, because it's usually really bad.
I mean, from the guys who fucking made Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Yeah.
Like, that's who Respawn is.
Yeah, it's true.
They made, like, a super endearing robot character and a time travel story.
They totally did. Yeah, no, it's really, like, I like the deadpan. You know what it actually reminded me of is Spock. Like, because he's just like a robot, right? Like, he doesn't. Yeah. So, like there's Spock.
Like, whenever you say expressions, he, like, just takes it super literally.
Yeah.
It's like, man, that was a meat grinder. Cooper, I don't think they process any food at this place.
Right. Like, just little stuff like that, or, like, what the hell there was something about, like, that was cool, or, like, it's getting, like, hot in here or something. It's like, your temperature level isn't rising, or, like, just shit like that.
Although the best moment is when Cooper gives him a thumbs up, and then BT looks at his hand, and then forms a thumbs up.
So, okay. Yeah, BT gives the thumbs up, like, a few times. However, there's one specific time that I don't know if I gotta ask you if you remember. It's when he's about to throw you into the area where you're going on the dish array for the first time. There was, I think my game had a hiccup, but, like, it's one of the first times he's like, get ready for fastball, or, like, I'm gonna, like, throw you. He calls it fastball later, but he was saying, like, I could probably throw you from here, and he's, like, doing the calculations and stuff like that. It's the first time he does it, but
yeah.
There's, like, a point where, like, he can tell that your character, or Cooper, is, like, a little bit unsure, so he gives you the thumbs up or whatever. But in my game, I think I had, like, a frame skip or hiccup, so it looked like BT was, like, looking at you for a second and trying to decide whether or not he should give you a thumbs up. Like, he was hesitating, and then he does. But I think it's because my game froze up. But I thought it was, like, the best, like, freeze up ever, because it looked like he was just, like, not sure about this, and then being like, yeah, no, it'll be okay. Look, thumbs up. But I'm pretty sure that was my problem.
I love when he's about to throw you off the plane for the first time.
Yeah.
And you can say, like, all right, just like before. And then BT's like, nope, this is nothing like before. It's way more complicated to throw you from a moving thing to a moving thing.
Yep.
And you're just like, uh-oh. And he just throws you. It's so good.
Yep. It's
because also that throw, like, you start moving because you're still just moving relative to these fucking jets. You're, like, falling through the air, like, what feels like super slow. It's just like a fucking weird sensation to land on this, like, tiny jet.
Yeah, it's really cool.
How he throws you.
It's so fucking cool. Good. Okay, so anyways, the lead up, like, the character writing, all that stuff, the lead up to, like, when BT is being, like, tortured, essentially, or whatever, and then your character wakes up, it's because he's holding the thing that the bad guys want in his chest, or whatever. Yeah. So, like, then the bad guy holds you up, or whatever, and it's like, I'm gonna put a bullet in your fucking pilot if you don't give me the thing. And BT's, like, lying to him, saying, like, my ocular systems are fucked. Like, I can't see what you're even talking about. So he brings him closer, and he does, like, thing to fuck with him or whatever. But it doesn't work out. He ends up just giving him the thing, and, like...
Yeah, I love that BT's like, trust me, I got this. And then totally fucks it up. Like, it doesn't work at all, his plan. I like that touch.
But, like, the moment that happens is, like, the thing, they get the thing, and then, like, the bad guy's like, you know, this was easy, blah, 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 and just starts walking off being, like, a smug asshole bad guy. And then, like, his, like, henchman friend or right hand or whatever lady in the Titan comes in and just, like, fucking annihilates the inside of BT. And you're just like, oh, shit. Like, I actually felt a little sick from it. And I'm not the type of person to, like, care when a dog dies on screen sort of thing. Like, that doesn't really bug me. I don't get that, like, empathy or sympathy thing where it's like, oh, that was my buddy, though. But I totally got it at that moment for a fucking robot. And
you just don't care about dogs.
I kind of don't care about dogs, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't hate them, and I think some of them are cute, but I kind of don't care about them.
Look, man, I've seen the way you play. The Division.
Yeah. We don't talk about that. But then like it has this kind of like thing where it's just like take my eyeballs or whatever. He says like take the kid or whatever, and there's like a gun and a knife for a pilot that's in every one of these robots ostensibly, and then you can take out the like memory core of the like basically the soul of the robot from like the eye thing, and then like a Titan. It's so fucking badass where it's just like survive or whatever, and the gun you get from there is fucking dope as shit, and you're just running through this facility that's falling apart, but like
it's like it's the fucking lock-on pistol from Titanfall 1 that was like your basic thing in Titanfall 1 that's like, this is fucking cool, but it's just so fucking overpowered, the one they give you in the story mission. It's so good.
It's so good because the whole story mission is that you're trying to get out of the facility.
Yeah, you have like BT's like soul, like core, like strapped to your arm next to your gun. You're just like fucking shooting everything.
It's
and just
so
running.
Good. It's all about just shooting and then like running and then shooting while continuously running and killing everything in your path. And it's so good. And it's not even like the very end yet. Like it's so good,
and you're just because then you're like wall running, jumping off stuff, and just like popping off because you don't have to really aim.
Yeah,
it just feels so good.
It feels so good, and then your prize for beating like that part is you go outside and Briggs is like, prepare for Titanfall. A fucking Titan falls from the sky. You put BT in, and you're just like, let's go, and you're like, oh my god, it's not over. And then. Oh my god, you get to the place where the bad guy is with like the arc and whatever and blah 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 stuff happens. You fight bad guys and whatnot. And like I guess this could be considered the actual spoiler of the game, but like it's heart-wrenching for me. You go so like they shot the thing out or whatever into the middle of the core or whatever. And like you jump into BT and BT jumps into like the cannon thing to fire into the thing, and like there's a line there where you just like say to BT like, don't worry BT, I'm not going anywhere or whatever, because you know like this is where your character is gonna die, and BT's just like affirmative, and then you shoot out, and then what does he do? He fucking opens up and just throws the pilot out as like his heroic last thing, and it's like heart-wrenching.
Protect the pilot.
Oh fuck.
So good.
It's so fucking good, but holy shit, is it depressing? And then, like, after that happens, there's just the awesome part of, like, everything is going bad. Things, like, you're jumping on pieces of, like, land and the big machine and stuff that you were in, just, like, falling apart and things flying around. Basically, you're jumping around shrapnel and stuff, like, as you're trying to get to a safe zone. Man, that game, I just can't stop gushing about it. It's super good.
It's so much good. Happens, and it's only like 5 hours.
Yeah.
So much happens. There's so much that's memorable in it.
There's so much that's memorable about it. I'm so happy that they did like what they wanted to and make Titanfall like super interesting. I'm just kind of sad that I think it's going to be overshadowed by a lot of other shooters this year. If this was like last year, I think it would have been one of the biggest games of the year.
The one I'm afraid of overshadowing it in particular is Doom.
Yep, I agree. I really like Doom, though. Don't get me wrong, but this is a completely different thing.
Yeah.
I don't think Infinite Warfare is going to outshine this. I don't see how that single-player experience can, but I do want to see it as well. I do want to see what they do, because I'm super interested in Call of Duty in space with like spaceship fights. Yeah.
I heard the campaign was good. Yeah. It's just not Titanfall 2.
Titanfall 2 is like, if this was a movie, it would be one of my favorite movies of the year. It's so fucking good.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah. That's why, like, I felt like I was annoying you or whatever by saying, like, you need to play this campaign or blah, blah, blah. But, like,
Oh no, I fucking knew I needed to play it.
Yeah.
Knew.
I just couldn't stop talking about it after finishing it. Like, I kept just saying, like, oh my god, it's so good. Everywhere.
It's fucking, oh.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It is.
I do
so
realize
good.
if you were gonna have one more mission,
yeah.
I know what I would want though.
Okay.
Is like when you get your new Titan.
Yeah.
For BT, like that Titan could fly. Like you get a mission where you're in a flying Titan.
Yeah, totally. That would be awesome.
That you see that in the game, but you don't get to do it. Like that's the thing. If there was going to be one more mission, that's the one I would
like
want.
The new model that you got is like a flying one or something.
Like you've been kicking ass, so you get this experimental new Titan that can fly.
That would be cool.
Like they don't just send you like a regular model; they send you the cutting edge.
Yeah, that would be. It would be super fucking cool. If it just
classic anime thing.
If that's like how it end, that would be like the after credits mission. Like credits roll, and then this is like your new mission that you're like on. It's just like a standard like. I don't know.
Like if there was like if everything had been resolved, but there's still like an enemy you have to.
There's still
down.
Like a military like operation that you're just like going through a thing, and that's just like how it ends at the very end. That would be dope. I agree. That would be so cool. If there was ever DLC that added onto that story, I would buy the season pass 100%. I'm so fucking in for what they want to do from now on with Titanfall. Like, Jesus Christ. They made a believer out of me. They actually did it.
Yeah.
So, okay, we talked a lot about like what makes that game good in terms of the narrative story and just like actually caring about what's going on. Let's talk about how it plays mechanically, because I think that's just as important. If it played like shit, it would have still been a pretty bad experience for me.
Yeah, so that was like the big thing for me early on, is like how quick that it moves and how good your melee is.
Yeah.
Like just when you fucking hit people, they fucking go down. They like fly back. And then, like, it reminded me enough of like the way Doom plays in terms of just like the speed and you're just fucking wrecking people. Of just like it was just a really well made. Just the shooter mechanics are just good fundamentally in that thing.
Yep, every gun I felt like had good sound, good kick to them.
And that's also key for the multiplayer is good.
Yep, agreed. For sure. What about being able to change the loadout for your Titan? What did you find yourself going to? What did you find interesting?
I really like Tone.
Which one is Tone?
That's the one where you get the 3 sonar shots and then you fire your rockets like immediately when you hit the red. That's like the second one you get.
That was my favorite too, but I couldn't remember the name of it. And apparently it was the one that Sean of TDP fame used the least, but I thought it was the best one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the one I'd heard Jeff Gersman. That's the one. That's like the only one he uses in multiplayer now.
It's really fucking good. Like,
it's fucking just good. And that's the one where I really felt like I could just fucking wreck the big boss fights.
Right.
Like I just could control the battle really well.
Yeah, I agree. I will say I think I felt like I had problems with controlling some boss fights with the other things I tried. Like they were too fast for me to like just keep a lock on them or something, or like they would just take all my health down in a few hits if I like didn't use another certain thing. With that, it was nice because you could put up the shield that you could stand behind, hit them like a few times, and then just unload everything on them, and half their health was gone in one hit, basically, of that. Yeah. And
they just felt like the abilities you had a better synergy than some of the other ones.
For sure.
I feel a little like they're disparate things here that are super cool, but I don't know how to use them together in the most effective way, maybe.
Right. I definitely agree. I really, really like the like ultimate for Ion or whatever though, where you just have that giant laser beam that can like cut through like everything.
That was the last big Titan fight you have is against an Ion, and that was like the toughest one for me. Toughest fight.
Yeah, for sure. The toughest part about that was she would leave.
I also had a weird glitch where I couldn't melee at all during that fight with my Titan. It was just fucking weird. So I ended up like getting her doomed and trying to melee her, and it just didn't do anything. And then I died and had to go do it again. That was a bummer.
I mean, I know why they say like melee when the health bar is gone to like execute it or whatever, because I had a badass moment with that fight where like I got her health down, she started her laser thing, and I like dashed into like her with the laser shooting me the whole time, and then just like punching through the fucking mech and ripping her out. It's just like, oh my god, that looked so cool.
The fucking executions they're so good. You just fucking I love when you stick your hand in, you rip them out, and you just squeeze them.
Yeah. The one dude, he just like bring them out, just like squeeze, done. There's no like fair or victory fair at all. It's just that dude's head is gone basically from the pop.
Yeah,
it's so fucking good. Yeah. Oh my god, I can't stop talking about that game. The multiplayer I did play a little bit of as well, and that is super fun. However, it's taking me a bit longer than I would have expected for the game being this new to find matches, and that's really disheartening.
What mode were you playing?
Whatever the like first one in that list is.
So the one that has the most players is Attrition.
Okay, I didn't play that.
That was the main mode from Titanfall 1.
Okay.
That's the one that has the biggest player base, and that's the only one I found to be able to consistently easily find people playing it. On PC, that seems to be like the only one.
Okay, good to know. I'll definitely try that one out.
It definitely has a user base issue, particularly on PC.
Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't there
and I'll say,
that issue with if people bought it through the Windows Store, they couldn't play with people who bought it on Steam? Oh no, I think that's
Call of Duty.
Yeah,
that's Call of Duty.
That's unexcusable.
That's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Like, holy shit, that's fucked.
Yeah.
You fucking have this game on fucking Windows 10. You can't play with people who have it on Steam.
It's absolutely inexcusable.
What the fuck? Because Titanfall is only on Origin.
You're right, it is. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, the thing I'll say about the multiplayer is I'm fucking terrible at it. And it's real fun and it's real fast, but it's pretty overwhelming. There's just so much shit going on. It's gonna take a while to get used to it, but it's so fast. Like, particularly compared to something like Overwatch, it just made me feel like Overwatch just felt. This is like, once I play it after having played Titanfall, it's gonna feel slow. I think, unless I play like some super fast Overwatch character or something like Genji.
I think the problem I have with it is the same problem I have with like playing a Call of Duty multiplayer or whatever, is that the people that have been playing it from day one unlocked a bunch of real cool shit that I haven't yet, so I have to like unlock those. Like, for example, there's a move where like when your Titan is like dying or whatever, it'll just do a nuclear explosion and launch you out to like take out anyone that's near you. And you don't get that until like level 3 or 4 or whatever. So like I just didn't have that for my first 3 matches. It's just shit like that.
Yeah, that one's not that hard to unlock. I've unlocked that one.
I mean, there's a few that I saw that were like, oh, I guess I'm just not going to get that because that guy's level 72 or something already.
Well, the thing I'll say about the unlocks is everything unlocks naturally at a level.
Yeah.
But you can also use the currency you have to unlock any specific thing early.
Right.
And also, once you do that, if you do that to unlock something, if you prestige, or your term is regenerate, once you've hit the gap, you always have that thing that you spent currency on unlocked, even after you regenerate. Like, they built that system correctly in a cool way. And there's no microtransaction stuff around that stuff, except for double XP you get from buying Mountain Dew and Doritos.
I mean, I gotta go buy Mountain Dew and Doritos, I guess, then. Gotta get that double XP. Actually, you and I should play some of that multiplayer at some point.
Yeah, we should play at some point.
We should see if other people have it. I think you're the only person that has played it in our little thing as well. There seems to be a growing trend. I think there's a reason why we do a podcast and chat. Seem to be pretty similar in the stuff we play.
Yep.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll say that's in the multiplayer that's not anywhere in the campaign is the grappling hook, which is it's a cool thing, and it takes that thing I like because there's a finesse to it where you can use it to start increasing your momentum and getting faster. It doesn't. There's a dynamism to figuring out how to use that thing effectively. That's cool. Although I think there's just a stim drone that just makes you run super fast. That's just fucking good too. It's super basic, but it's just fucking good. But I like that those abilities are tied specifically to how your character looks. Whatever big ability thing you're choosing, whether it's a grappling hook or it's the cloak, that changes. That's the big thing that changes how you look.
Yeah.
And if you take stim, you're a robot. You end up being a small robot piloting a big robot.
Which is really always cool. Yeah, I like that a lot. Cool. I mean, people should buy that game. I don't usually say that for shooters, although I feel like I have this year a few times now. But that is a game that actually deserves money and support.
It's also already going on sale in places, so
yeah,
you don't have the full price excuse.
No, I mean it was 40 something for me Canadian.
Yeah.
So, yeah. God, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Okay.
It's so good in a way that fucking it's so the conversation is stuck between fucking Call of Duty and Battlefield, and it's such a different thing in terms of that campaign.
Yep, it really is. It actually reminded me of what Singularity did for first-person shooters when that came out. Singularity was so fucking good.
I never played it. I don't think I had a 360 at that time.
I mean, you still could.
That's true.
Actually, when did that come? I think it would be dated looking as fuck probably because it was 7 years ago. Oh no, 2010. Okay. Yeah, it is dated looking as fuck, but it's only $33 Canadian. There you go. It goes on sale regularly. It's usually $10.
I mean, it's $4.50 at GameStop for 360.
I mean, yeah. There's also that. Anyways, Singularity is really fucking good as well, in a way that I wasn't expecting when that game came out. It deals with some similar stuff with some weird time travel mechanics and weird weaponry and shit. Yeah, that's a weird game that people should also look up if they want to. For shooters. We should move on to movies.
All right.
Let's talk about some movies, and then we'll end off with a bunch of World of Warcraft talk, so people can skip that if they don't want to listen about Warcraft stuff, which is totally understandable if you're not into that scene.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I only put a few movies on here, and I know you have more on your own little list there.
Yes.
I don't have a lot to say about these, really, but I figured I would say something about them. I bought Warcraft on Blu-ray, and was excited to see what they had for special features. It's a bummer there's no commentary track whatsoever from anybody at Blizzard or the actors or the producers or anybody. That's
fucking no commentary track at all.
There's nothing. The deleted scenes, I think there's 8 of them or something, and they're all generally all still in the movie, except there's 2 or 3 lines added, so the scenes are just an extra 5 seconds. So they didn't put in deleted scenes as in the stuff that I would have wanted. But there were a few scenes that were just there used to be a griffin in this part, and the deleted scene is the shitty polygonal stand-in for where they're gonna put the griffin model at some point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it costs so much to animate
Yeah.
stuff that like they had to make their choices about what they were going to cut from whatever script they were working from probably before they really fucking made it.
Yeah. There's 2 deleted scenes that I wish were still there, and they're both dealing with the orcs while they're still on Draenor, like at the very beginning of the movie, where they're like, one of them is where I can't remember who it is. I think Blackhand is like talking to a bunch of the other orcs, including I was gonna say Thrall, but not Thrall, Durotan and Orgrim at like a campfire or whatever, and like saying how they're talking about like Gul'dan or whatever, and he's saying how like he made them strong or whatever, and you see 2 green orcs talking to each other or like talking about like being super strong or whatever, and Durotan's just
that does
Orgrim's just like yeah, but you're green.
From the movie.
Like, and then they just start laughing at them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That did feel like something that was missing from the movie. They never like made the green orc thing clear.
Yeah.
Quite.
Yeah,
or even like had Blackhand and Durotan in like a scene together early on.
Yeah, no, it was like both of these scenes I'm about to talk about here are both like little things that would have added a lot that don't seem. Yeah. There's no reason to like take them out. So like, yeah, the fucking green orc just started like, he was big or whatever, and then he just like starts flexing, and you can see like the fell is like stretching his skin out, and like his muscles are becoming huge and stuff. And like, it's something that like probably would have gave some context as to why some are green, and like why that's kind of scary or whatever, because you don't get that context until like close to the end of the movie.
Yeah,
it's weird. The other scene is, I think maybe this one was actually Blackhand or something. They're like, say, Durotan's trying to like get one of the other war chiefs like on his side or like they're talking about this like situation or whatever, and he's saying something about like fight, like he's about to fight like one of this dude's champions or something, and the dude like he goes into this little arena. This dude that he's like going up against is like this giant fucking orc guy that's like saying that like he's gonna kick the shit out of him or whatever. And Durotan just like fucking breaks him basically, like no problem. And then he just like walks out. It's just it's a small like character building thing to show like the orcs and like why Durotan is a war chief. It's because like even though he's not the biggest guy, he's like skilled at fighting or something. Like, this is just all stuff you should have. There's no reason to have cut it because it was like 1 minute more. It's no big deal.
Yeah, particularly if they fucking made it already.
Yeah, no, these 2 that I'm talking about, fully animated and done. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't have been in there. The rest of them had like weird parts where it's just like you can tell this is where the CG is going, or there's the blue screen covering the whole like warehouse they're in. Like those. You're like, okay, sure, they didn't finish those. But the ones I'm talking about now, completely done. It looks like they actually just pulled them right out of the movie last minute. And they probably did. So, there's that.
Yeah.
Attack on Titan I got as well.
Yeah.
That movie is like a weird horror movie, and I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you watch it? The live action movie?
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it in theater. I saw both of them in theaters.
Yeah, but you live in New York, so you actually have theaters that would play them. I had to wait for Blu-ray. So
yeah, they were limited. They were limited screenings.
Yeah, and the second part comes out on Blu-ray soon, so I'll be picking that up and whatnot. But I don't know. I like a bunch of people that have talked about it said they didn't like it that much and they thought it looked shitty and stuff like that. But I completely disagree. I thought it was. The perfect way to do that story in real life is to make it a weird horror movie and not this weird like anime thing.
Yeah, I'll say I'm not sure all the like the big distinction to me between it and the anime is I think like the wire work of the like people fighting Titans I think looks better.
Yeah.
In the anime, like there's a better motion to it than the effects they used in the movie.
Right.
But like the big draw of the movie is the fucking live action effects on the Titans. Like that's the thing. Like that stuff's fucking creepy and
I'm
weird.
gonna call him out because I was talking with Corey Flackblag or whatever about it, and he was saying that the Titans looked dopey, and I was just like, did you not see like what they looked like? They're just big people with like a weird grin.
They're like
grimace.
Big weird baby people in some cases.
Right.
Like,
but like they actually looked exactly how they should in this movie.
Yeah.
So like I don't know what the fuck he was expecting. Corey, you're an idiot if you're hearing this. But yeah, no, I thought they looked great. And then like the special Titans that were supposed to look different because they're special for obvious, well, maybe not obvious reasons, depending if you know what goes on or not. But the special Titans look the way they should. And like, I don't know, spoilers, not spoilers, whatever. When Eren turns into a Titan and he is kicking the fucking shit out of other Titans, I was so stoked. And I knew that's where they were going to end. I knew that's where the first part was going to go out because, of course, it would be, right after the big reveal or whatever. So that was cool, and I was looking forward to that. But I don't know. I think the fact that they went, like, just glossed over all the, like, basic training stuff was weird because I thought that stuff was probably pretty important, but apparently not. It was more important to just get back to Titans.
They do a pretty bad job of characterizing the characters in the movie.
Yep.
Like pretty much their stereotypes.
Yeah.
What they show.
Yeah, and they are. But I had an enjoyable time. And I do believe that it shouldn't be like the anime because the anime is like this big weird fantasy thing, and that's fine. It's like the anime is a total anime. That like idea though of Attack on Titan in real life should be this weird, creepy, terrifying thing, and I think it gives that feeling in the movie very well.
Yeah. I like part 1 more than I like part 2, I will say.
I think part 2 is probably going to be kind of bad because it all is just dealing with like Eren being taken in by the authorities now, right? After part 1. Yeah, that's going to suck. Like that's all going to be the political.
Yeah,
bullshit.
it doesn't have that like weird, creepy horror thing that the first one has going for it.
Yeah, I figured. I'm not looking forward to the second part, to be honest with you, because I kind of know what's going to happen, like knowing just where that story goes, and it's not going to be anywhere fun.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to ask you one thing about part 2 then.
All right.
Do they get into, like, the female Titan thing at all? Do they go out of the, like, walls even, or do, like, any of that stuff?
No.
Yeah, it's all just like dealing with the aftermath of finding out that he can turn into a Titan.
Yeah.
God damn
and then
it.
Him turning into a Titan again.
And then doing some more decent stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so it all deals with basically covering the wall. Like blasting the wall. Or like fixing it or whatever they do.
Yeah.
That's really disappointing. Because that series goes in some batshit crazy ways that I would love to see live action. Okay, well, it's good to know I'm going to be disappointed.
The bigger thing is, like, when you watch the second part, you're like, why was this a separate movie?
Right.
Like, what?
Yeah, that's really too bad.
That's the big thing, you feel?
So
this isn't a separate movie.
The weird thing is that, like, I watched this with my girlfriend, and this was her first, like, look into this whole Attack on Titan thing at all, period.
Mm-hmm.
And when, like, the movie started, she kind of rolled her eyes and was just like, whatever. And then, like, she got super fucking into it by the end.
Mm-hmm.
And was like... And then so like now I'm disappointed that part 2, because she's been asking when does part 2 come out on DVD or whatever,
Yeah.
and I don't want to tell her, so I might just sneak the anime in now. Because I think if, like, from what you're saying and what the parts I think will be in part 2 are, it's going to turn her off completely. Because this is going to be boring. When in the anime, when this shit's happening, it just builds from there, and it's not going to get that way in that live action, and that's too bad. Oh well, shit happens. I think the acting in that movie is really bad, but I think acting in Japanese movies in general is really bad most times. So, whatever.
Look, the acting in Shin Godzilla is real good.
All right, I haven't seen it, so I can't prove or disprove that.
And it actually has a guy from Attack on Titan in it.
Does it?
Like the character they kind of created from the movie, but was like the super good pilot killer who's like training her.
Yeah.
Like he plays like the main guy in Shin Godzilla, actually.
Oh, really I didn't think he was too bad. He doesn't really do anything but be like kind of a smug asshole in the film. So
his character gets some weird material in the second movie.
Yeah.
They do more with that character in the second movie, we'll say. It's not great. It's fucking weird.
He's supposed to be like the badass, though. That's really shitty that he doesn't just have like... I didn't even feel like he had like a time where he really showed off how much of a badass he's supposed to be. He just killed a few Titans.
Yeah.
I think Mikasa did well, whoever played her. But whatever.
Yeah, I don't know any of the others. I know that because that dude showed up in that other movie that the director worked on.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Let's move on to what I have down for you here. Tell me about Nerve, I guess.
So, okay, Nerve is super dumb.
Is it worth saying dumb though?
Look, it's about the mechanics of it. It's about like an app that's about people watching you stream from your phone dares that they're paying you to do.
Oh, so it's fear.com, only like without the kidnapping and torture.
There's some kidnapping, but it's not a horror thing. It's like more like hackers. Like
okay.
It's super dumb.
Uh-huh.
Gets super dumb.
Okay.
And it's just I think it's the kind of dumb you could like.
Yeah, I think it might be too.
Do you have anything against Dave Franco?
Against Dave Franco?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a weird question because I don't really think about Dave Franco as a person, just his brother.
Okay, if you don't have any weird hang-ups about Dave Franco, then definitely you should see it.
I mean, I hated him in Fright Night, but I think I was supposed to, so whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, like as long as you don't have some weird hang-up about that guy as an actor.
I don't think I do.
I recommend you seeing that movie. I think that's the kind of stupid you could get into.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I liked Gamer for like what that was worth. So Gamer was bad. Just as an FYI.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Nerve was just it's dumb fun, but I think it's dumb fun you would particularly specifically enjoy.
I'll probably check that out. It looks fun. What do you have on your little list there? Your hand.
I mean, I have a lot of things.
All right. What are some ones you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Train to Busan.
Okay.
Which is a zombie movie that mostly takes place of people who were on a train at the time the zombie apocalypse happened.
Okay.
It's a super good zombie movie.
Right. It looks cool.
Like it's just really well done, and it's really about people trying to survive zombies and doesn't get bogged down in anything else really. And it just really really works. It's like one of the best zombie movies I've ever seen.
It's
like,
subtitled,
really
right? It's Korean.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Korean.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I do want to see it.
The only thing that holds it back from other zombie movies is like the particular zombie effects they use aren't that interesting. They're not that visually compelling.
Right.
But other than that, it's pretty top notch as far as zombie movies go. It's just really good.
That's really cool. I'm glad to hear that, actually. That's neat. I could go for a zombie movie these days. It's been a while since I've seen one. So
yeah. And the structure of it being focused around trains gives the whole movie a really good structure. And then it has I really like the ending.
Okay. Well, maybe don't spoil that.
No, I'm not going to go any deeper than that.
Okay, cool.
I saw Swiss Army Man.
Yeah, okay.
Which is super fucking weird.
But in a good way? Because I don't know that I was, like, it was playing here.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't really want to make time to go see it, so...
I mean, I really liked it. I thought it was very funny.
Okay.
Like, it's a movie that got made because the filmmaker decided he really wanted to make a movie where a person rode a corpse like a jet ski that was powered by farts.
Right.
So that's a thing that happens in the movie.
Right.
And it's basically this guy who's trapped on an island. Is like ready to kill himself. And then a corpse washes up on shore. And then the corpse slowly starts revealing like powers. The first of which is it just starts farting like just forever to the point where he rides it off the island from its farts. And then the more time he spends time with it, the corpse is Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah, of course it is.
And the more time he spends with the corpse starts to come alive and eventually has like personality and starts talking to him. And he starts like teaching the corpse things. It's just kind of charming and weird, but it never does the thing of like, oh no, it was all a trick, like, or like this was just some weird metaphor or something. It's like just super confident in this idea as this fucking weird thing is happening.
All right.
This is a weird thing that happened. And it just fucking... It's really hard to talk about, but I enjoyed it. It was unique. It was a unique experience.
Sure. Apparently, Roger Ebert gives it 3.5 out of 4 thumbs up.
Well, not Roger Ebert.
No,
someone writing for Roger Ebert's website.
Yeah. It's just always a bummer to like look up a movie and then see beside Roger Ebert 3.5 out of 4 for a movie that he probably would have hated. But whatever, it's fine. You might have liked it. Roger Ebert likes some dumb shit, so
he likes some weird movies.
Yeah, he did.
That was kind of that was one of my favorite things about Roger Ebert is there were times where he would just stick up for a movie that every other critic fucking hated.
Yeah.
Also, the thing I really liked about him is except times where he was in a weird mood and he was like not writing about the movies, like that would just happen occasionally. But when he was on his game, I could tell if I would like a movie or whether or not he liked it just based on the way he talked about it. Like I just knew him the way he wrote well enough. And I don't have a movie critic like that at all now.
I mean, I don't think there are any like that anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of critics actually give their opinions. They just say what they're told to say at this point. Whatever will work to give them views or hits or reads or whatever.
Well, I mean, there are some movie writers, but they just don't write about enough movies to be useful to me enough.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like the writers that are actually interesting writers, they're just their time is limited for what they're actually writing in terms of reviews.
You're right. They should be killed on sight. I agree. Fuck them.
Like anyway. I really like Scott Tobias, and I wish he wrote more movie reviews for me to read of stuff I cared about.
Sure.
Instead, I read the reviews that are posted to RogerEbert.com and
great. And then just wish he was still alive.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's occasionally really points me to things.
Anything good?
Occasionally. I mean, I think that's where I first saw like the review for Train to Busan.
Oh, okay.
Like the thing I like about that site is it kind of reviews everything. They at least have someone on everything. So a lot of these smaller movies that most places wouldn't review at least get reviewed.
Yeah, that's good. I guess there's some plus to it. To selling your soul out.
Selling out the brand of your dead husband.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Your soul.
That one.
Yeah.
So I saw this dumb movie, 9 Lives, where Kevin Spacey dies, sort of.
Yeah.
And then he becomes a cat.
And it's so good.
It was surprisingly entertaining.
Uh-huh. Would I like it?
It has Christopher Walken in it. I mean, it has cats.
I love cats.
And it has Christopher Walken.
I love Christopher Walken maybe half as much as cats, but that's still quite a bit.
And, like, the super weird thing about it is it has lots of, like, Kevin Spacey, and there's, like, actors, Jennifer Gardner, who are, like, way too good for this garbage material, but they don't act like they're too good to be in this dumb movie.
Huh.
Like they're all game for this stupid thing. And there's a scene where Kevin Spacey's a cat gets drunk.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty good.
It's stupid, but it was and kind of poorly made, despite being directed by a pretty good director. But I had a good time.
Well,
it was
that's
entertaining
good.
For what it was. As a stupid cat movie. Stupid CGI cat.
That sounds great. I love CGI cats. My favorite thing to make a movie about.
Christopher Walken's really good.
Well, that's good.
There's like a scene where like the cat is bitten someone. And the guy's like, "That cat bit me." Christopher Walken's just like, "That must have been so scary for you."
That's pretty good.
Okay, so I just need to say something about Sausage Party.
Uh-huh.
That it's actually a religious parody movie. Which doesn't come across in the trailers.
No, it doesn't.
That movie's really just making fun of religion.
Good.
And I enjoyed it.
They can be taken down a peg or two with their being saved by a deity and all that sort of stuff. Fuck them.
And it goes for it.
Okay.
That movie goes for it. That's like the kind of movie like, it's like, oh, Seth Rogen definitely had clout because he got to make this movie. And no one, I have a hard time imagining the world where someone else, like, who the fuck gets to make this weird movie? This animated, very foul, religious, like, anti-religious movie. Like, okay. You fucking went for it.
It's weird to me that guy has clout because I think he's kind of an idiot, but it's fine. He's funny enough.
He wrote some good comedies.
Sure.
When he was a teenager.
Sure.
Really when he wrote his best movies. Which is weird to me.
Yeah. Maybe that was before, like, all the weed all the time.
Yeah.
Kind of like, Kevin Smith ruining everything.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Definitely.
What a piece of shit. Anyway, not to get on that train.
I saw that Ghostbusters movie.
Yeah, I did too, actually. It's fine.
Yeah, I just wish it were funnier more often.
I agree.
Actually,
it had a few parts that I was like, yeah, okay, but it was.
I felt like all the Ghostbusters shit got in the way in that movie. Like, I kind of just wished it wasn't a Ghostbusters movie because none of that shit kind of really worked.
Yeah.
Like, that they have 2 separate scenes just testing weapons for, like, no reason.
Yep, I agree. Pretty bad.
Also, it's super weird to me. They fucking filmed, like, a big dance number, and they cut it.
And then put it at the credits or whatever.
And it's just in the credits. I'm like, what? Like, that would have been at least something more interesting. Why did you cut that from the movie?
Yeah. I don't know.
What the hell?
I have
weird.
A bunch of problems with that movie, and none of them have to do with females being the leads at all.
Nope.
Nope.
Bill Murray is fucking terrible in it.
I mean, I just think Bill Murray's terrible in everything. I don't like him.
Yeah.
So, I hate that he's at... Okay, this is something we could talk about, but I don't have a whole lot to say about it other than inflammatory remarks. I don't get why he's a meme, because I'd never have thought he's really that funny. I never thought he's had good, like, stage presence or whatever. I just don't like him. But people love him. And weirdly enough, people that are too young to ever have seen what he's been in basically love him. So, whatever. I don't know.
I went through a period where I kind of watched like every movie he was in.
Uh-huh.
So I have a pretty good idea of his filmography, and I like Bill Murray.
Okay. What's the movie you would say, like, if you like Bill Murray, or if you don't know who Bill Murray is, this is his best work? Which one movie? And don't say the Dumbo movie, that Larger Than Life or whatever. Don't say it.
Like, do you mean as straight comedy, or
I don't know, maybe as a human being in general, I guess. I'm not sure. I guess like he was okay in Lost in Translation, but I feel like
I really like Lost in Translation, and I think there are like movies that later Bill Murray movies leverage that Bill Murray kind of hated being a movie star well.
Right, okay.
Like that, just like if he is like can be more apathetic to what's going on. I really like because I really like Wes Anderson movies. He's in a bunch of those in smaller parts, but he's a big part of Rushmore, which I really like. That's probably the Bill Murray movie I like the most.
Okay. I do like Rushmore. And I like Rushmore, his part in Rushmore, because it outs him for the giant piece of shit he is. Fuck him. No, but like you are supposed to hate that character or whatever. I guess he's like...
Yeah.
Not the bad guy. Antagonistic would be probably the word, because he's not like a bad guy in the sense of those terms, but he's like just a kind of shitty person to the main dude.
Yeah. I know. I like, and in terms of older, just straight comedies. Like I like What About Bob and The Man Who Knew Too Little.
See, I think What About Bob is like what started a lot of my like psychological problems with things. I just directly, because like, okay, you know the movie Duplex, right? Drew Barrymore and what's his name? Ben Stiller.
I don't think I ever saw that.
Okay, let's just say Ben Stiller movies in general, because this is a problem they all have. And this all started with What About Bob, and maybe why I don't like Bill Murray either. I hate movies where the main character is like in the right and gets shit on the whole time by everybody. I hate it. so fucking much. It's so fucking irritating to me when it's like, no, that's just, that dude is correct. And everybody's like, oh, come on, let Bob come to dinner. And he's just like, what are you talking about? He's my patient. And they're like, you're an asshole. We hate you now. Like, I hate shit like that. This is why I can't actually stand Ben Stiller movies. Like, he's a normal dude. He's just trying to meet his girlfriend's family. And they all hate him because he's, like, not this other dude or whatever. Or, like, because Robert De Niro is a piece of shit.
I fucking hate Meet the Parents.
But all Ben Stiller movies are that, where he's like playing the normal straight guy and everybody hates him for some dumb reason, or he can't get like any like respect.
I don't think I like any Ben Stiller movie like that.
Yeah, I'm with you because of What About Bob?
I mean, like, my favorite Ben Stiller movie is fucking like Rushmore. Like, he's in Rushmore.
Yeah, like, he is. Yeah.
Whatever, he's okay in Dodgeball, I guess.
Yeah, so
he's just playing a piece of shit.
So yeah, What About Bob just like was my first exposure.
It triggers you.
It's so annoying. Just when any movie does that stuff though, where it's like the main characters are just getting screwed with for trying to live their life. And I hate it so fucking much. And then like everybody else is siding with like the bad guy, quote unquote, or whatever. Or the idiot, and it's too real. It's too real. People always side with the idiot.
I mean, yeah, What About Bob is basically a horror movie.
It kind of is, and it's infuriating in so many respects. Anyways, yes. That might be why Bill Murray infuriates me. I just like, that just painted, because I saw that when I was super young, and that just like...
Oh, see, I saw that. That was one of the later Bill Murray movies I saw.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I saw that probably when I was maybe 6 or something. I don't know. But yeah, Jesus. I don't know. I was so mad. Anyways.
The thing I will say is that I feel like there are a lot of people who think of like Peter Venkman from Ghostbusters as being super funny.
He's not.
And I think they're thinking of that character from the cartoon.
Oh, okay.
I think a lot of people have gotten those two things conflated in their brains.
That might be fair.
Because if you were experiencing both those things as a kid, like there's like a jokesterness that kids would get in the cartoon, and then there's like the weird character that Peter Venkman is in those movies.
Venkman is like a creepy sexist dick.
Yep, that's what he is.
Yeah, and like in the context of you realizing that, like it's funny, I guess, but I don't think a lot of people realize that about that character, and I wonder if it's for the reasoning that you're bringing up now. That actually paints that in a whole different light for me, for people. Probably thinking he's like the cartoon character because they haven't watched it recently or something.
Mm-hmm. Or they haven't watched it recently with a critical eye, at least.
Yeah, really weird. I never really considered that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Neat. What else is on your
really
list?
Funny one is fucking Egon is the funniest.
Egon's the good one, for sure. I think that's the problem I have with Kate. Is that they like... Oh, sorry, about Ghostbusters, Kate McKinnon or whatever. Is, I think they thought why people liked Egon was because he's weird, and this is what a weird girl version would be like, and it's not at all right. It's because he was a nerd.
I thought she was the worst.
She was.
Her mugging was just too much.
Yeah. It was really bad. She shouldn't be allowed to make movies anymore. She's banned forever. Weirdly enough, though, what's her name? The bigger lady that's in like everything now. What the fuck's her name?
Melissa McCarthy?
Yeah, I hate her generally. I thought she was totally fine and okay in that movie. I liked her.
She makes fucking deplorable comedies that I fucking hate.
Yep.
I thought she was okay in Bridesmaids and
sure.
In this. Bridesmaids, I think still the funniest thing is when she takes a shit in the sink in Bridesmaids. That's the funniest thing I've seen her do.
Sure. But like, I don't know, just as a character, I thought she was totally fine in Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
No problem. and I generally hate her. So there you go. Yeah, let's keep moving, I guess. What do we got?
Star Trek Beyond.
Oh, yeah, okay. I've seen it.
So I think that movie's
I fell asleep
good as
in
far
it.
as the movie go, but I have no positive. I just don't. I wish they had made a TV show with those actors, like
Yeah.
really badly, where they could have just had like one-off adventures every week. That would have been so much better. This movie, it's just I can't. No, nope. It's not as bad as the second one, but it's also like I really can't. Don't
I
care
mean,
about
that's
it
what I
at
keep
all.
hearing, but I enjoyed the second one. So, I don't know. I like
Uh,
Beyond feels too actiony for me maybe. Like there's a lot of just like big action stuff
well,
happening.
what separates Beyond from the other ones is that in Beyond they don't bog it down with their like emotional like
Uh-huh.
relationship issues.
Right.
Like they cut that stuff out, which was very not Star Trek
Right.
from those movies. But they didn't really find anything to replace it with. Although I do think that that alien chick was a cool character.
She was
Just
cool.
wish
Yeah.
wish there had been more like that.
What do
It
you
just felt
think of
tired.
Sabotage?
That was a dumb thing.
I actually liked that part a lot, and I know
But
that's the one part that Nathan hates that movie for. But I thought that was
that
the
at
best
least
part of the movie.
that gave it life. Like that was like okay, you're doing something. Whereas
That's
the plot was super boring.
that's the
The
best
villain
part
was
of the
super
movie
boring.
because they like figured out a way to disrupt their like communication so that they're this giant like scary unit of swarm basically. And
Yeah.
then like the music starts playing and you're like, "Oh shit, here it goes." And sure enough, the like, "Yeah" part or whatever, they're just like all fucking blowing up and it's so dumb and it's perfect. It's the
It's
best thing in Star Trek history, and Nathan is like the reason he hates it is because there's a Beastie Boys song, Intergalactic, where they literally make mention of Mr. Spock. So he
yeah.
hates the anachronism of them listening to a band that talks about Spock, even though it was from the past. And
Yeah.
like just that little thing set him off and hates it. And like it's such a dumb thing in my opinion because it's the best part of Star Trek ever. So fuck him.
I'm not gonna go Star Trek
It's
ever.
it's the best part of Star Trek ever. Next to
It's not.
Cumberbatch being Khan. I don't actually like Cumberbatch, so I'm kidding about that one. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I saw Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad is whatever.
Okay, in Suicide Squad, you know the part where they're like going, I don't know, they're in a hotel or something, then they go to the roof and the Joker like gets shot or something and Harley Quinn's there and she gets picked up by the helicopter. Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about? That's where I
Yeah.
started watching that movie and I stopped watching about 10 minutes later. So I don't know what else happens in that movie, but I saw that part.
That
That
part where
helicopter
Harley
blows
Quinn
up.
is like gonna get on that helicopter. I don't understand why no one shoots Harley. I don't. There's like 2 minutes at least where they could have shot her or pressed the button on their phone and killed her. It doesn't make any sense that they don't, except that she's like a main character.
Right.
Like the best parts of that movie, though, actually are fucking Harley Quinn and Will Smith is Deadshot, but just the rest of the movie around them sucks.
Oh, that guy does that big fire thing. That was part of that part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that guy's character makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, I
Like,
believe
just
it.
don't even get it. Yeah, it was whatever. And
Yeah.
they kind of wasted two good actors.
I mean, movies usually waste some good actors, it seems.
Particularly big budget ones that can afford them.
Like Will Smith.
Like
Man.
Will Smith.
Man.
He wasn't in Independence Day 2 because of that movie.
What a shame. Anyway, What else do
It's
you
still
got?
probably a better movie than Independence.
Okay,
But
fair enough.
Independence Day 2 would have been a lot better with Will Smith. So that
But Suicide
might even
Squad would have
out.
been worse without him.
Exactly. Yeah. So I can't. So I don't know.
There you
I don't
go.
know where the cards should have fallen on that.
Right.
Kubo and the Two Strings
I heard
is
that's real
good.
good.
It's quite good. It's not my favorite Leica movie.
Uh-huh.
My favorite is Paranorman. I really love Paranorman.
Paranorman does some interesting things I liked a lot, actually. So yeah, I agree with you.
Um, Kubo has just a weird thing of there's like the emotional climax that doesn't quite resonate because of how they frame it. It undoes some stuff for me. But there's like stuff in the early parts of it where Kubo is like dealing with his mom who like just goes comatose during the daytime, and it works. Like it's fucked up.
Hmm.
There's good emotional stuff there, but then it kind of drops the ball at the end. And there's surprises that you can totally see coming if you're a small baby child.
Okay.
The animation is very impressive too.
Right.
That stuff they do with that stop motion and the amount of facial expressions they can get out because they use 3D printed stuff, so they can have all these different faces is still super good.
Sure.
Don't breathe.
Yeah, we should talk about Don't Breathe.
Yeah,
I really liked Don't Breathe a lot.
I really like Don't Breathe.
Yeah.
Don't Breathe. Like it's a movie which you just look at it and you watch the trailer, you're like, oh, well, that movie will be whatever.
Yeah.
And it wasn't till I realized that the director of it was the director of the Evil Dead remake that I went, oh, I have to see this. This movie's gonna do stuff.
Yeah, and it does. It totally does.
It goes places.
So I totally thought that movie would all be about like these guys being stuck in the house with the blind army dude that's like hunting them essentially, and them trying to get away. But then like it gets to the point where they like see, okay, well, not they, but like you as the viewer see him like check the lock on the basement door, and you're just like, oh shit, what the fuck's down there? Like then from there it just goes into this like whole crazy thing about this dude who is actually like this creepy, not killer, but like I don't know, just he's disgusting. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah,
he's a disgusting human being, and
it's fucked up.
he kind of doesn't
just because he's
deserve
blind,
what's
don't mean
happening
he's
to
a
him,
saint,
though.
bro.
Sure,
just because he's blind, don't mean he's a saint, bro.
But like at the same time, he kind of doesn't deserve them just like going in to his house and like
no, they totally
it.
broke into his house. Like
it's hard for me to really like that. Like after you find out what he's been doing too, I don't like any of them. I think they're all deplorable. So like at that point, it's just kind of like, okay, who's gonna kill who? And it's almost like it's weird because it's one of those things that like when you watch a sports ball game, if you're not like invested in either team, it's just a good time watching them like duke it out. And that's what that became for me, where it's like, well, I kind of don't care who kills who, so let's see how this works out.
Yeah.
But there's real cool parts in it.
Yeah. And that movie's it does the thing the Evil Dead remake where it just where it just keeps going. Like it could end, but let's just keep going. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really fucking weird. And then even the end is like they could spawn a sequel if they wanted to. It's really weird. Because he's blind, it led to some really cool parts, and specifically there's a part where just the way they were able to portray like on video that there was complete darkness around was real cool when he like kills all the lights, because they didn't use like necessarily just a night vision camera, even though I think they use a night vision camera with a black and white filter over top of it and some cleaning up or whatever, because it's weird, but that part was like really well shot because it was in complete black and white, but like really dark, so you could tell it was in pure blackness, but you could see everything that was happening on the screen. It was just kind of like a marvelous shoot for that.
That's the best thing about that movie, in my opinion. Like, that guy is a good director. Like, he does some great stuff. And I just love, like, when you first get into the house, the way the camera, like, just shows off all these little things that are going to come up later. Like, it just makes sure, like, here's his tools, and there's his fucking hammer, and that's going to come back later, but let's move on. But it like, does that, and it shows you, it establishes everything, and then it still has room for surprises, too, on top of that.
Totally.
Like, it sets up the taste so you know what to expect in certain ways, but then still can surprise you, and it's just a good movie.
It's really good. Highly recommended.
Really well made.
It's also on Netflix, so
nice.
You can just watch it, because that's how I watched it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's so good. Do you have anything else for movies besides Doctor Strange?
I do.
Okay.
There are a lot of movies. So I want to talk about Maximum Ride.
Okay.
Which I think now has made the lowest amount of money in a theater that of any movie I've seen.
Okay.
This movie did nothing, like, even comparatively to other movies I've seen that are super small that nobody went to. Like, I saw a movie that wasn't on the marquee, wasn't listed anywhere, and I wasn't sure anyone else saw, and that movie made more movie than Maximum Ride, which is pretty amazing to me. But Maximum Ride is based on a series of young adult novels by James Patterson.
Okay.
And it's about, like, it's like the X-Men, but they all just have wings and can fly. That's their power. All of them just have wings and can fly. They were, like, in some scientist experimental thing, and then they broke out when they were little. But then it turns out they were still trapped in a larger cage.
Okay.
But this is one of those movies that's terrible and really badly made, and that's why it's really entertaining.
So, like, The Room, sort of entertaining.
Like, there are scenes where they're flying where it's clearly CGI bodies with, like, pictures of their faces plastered on top of those bodies. Like, it looks really bad. And they, like, all the acting is super weird, where they all kind of feel like it's like a kid was writing a thing and just everyone spoke with the same voice. Like, every character, like, just speaks the same way in, like, a really unnatural, weird, and it's just weird. It's not something I'm used to seeing in movies where everyone feels the same. Like, it's terrible, but I was very entertained because it's like, wow, this movie is bad. I just want to get that out there. That is a movie for people who like watching bad movies.
That's one right there.
That's a recommendation. That's a bad movie. That's worth watching.
Okay, fair enough.
That's a bad movie. Hell or High Water is a great movie.
Okay.
Like, really, really great. It's basically about, it's kind of like a modern day version of what people wanted the Bonnie and Clyde story to be, in terms of bank robbers, like, with a purpose.
Okay.
Like, not just fucking robbing because fucking bank robbing's fun. Like, it's not just that. But also without any of the romance stuff, because it's a pair of brothers who are robbing.
Right.
And it's like modern day, like, American, but it has, like, all the ideas behind it of, like, a Dust Bowl movie of, like, everything's terrible around them and kind of fuck the banks, like, that kind of stuff. and it has Chris Pine is in it, and it's like easily the best Chris. It's the best Chris Pine movie I've ever seen. He just does a really good job in it. I just need to. I forget the other guy's name, but it also has Jeff Bridges in it, who plays like the. I forget if he's a sheriff or he's a ranger. No, he's a Texas Ranger because it takes place in Texas.
Okay.
So there's also it's a weird thing of like, there's at one point where they've robbed a bank and they're walking out, and then like there's just lines of people of dudes like with their cars around just shooting at them because it's Texas. Everyone has a gun.
I mean, that's just Texas.
Yeah, Ben Foster is the other guy.
Oh, Medivh. Yeah.
And he's really good too. It's just a really good, like, series of bank robbery movies where the characters, they have a plan and they execute on it, and they don't execute it on it flawlessly, but the movie is structured around that plan, like, basically perfectly. Really well made.
Okay, cool.
And there's good shit. There's good stuff with Jeff Bridges and his partner Gil, who's played by Gil Birmingham, and they just give each other. Jeff Bridges just gives him shit all the time. Think about being Native American, but then Gil Birmingham's like, I'm also part Mexican. He's like, well, yeah, well, when I run out of Native American jokes, then I'll make Mexican jokes. It's fine. It just works. It's a good movie. Really good.
Cool.
And then I saw Max Steel, which is a terrible movie. Another terrible movie.
Okay.
Another terrible young adult, based on a young adult thing.
Great.
It was written by a guy who I've read comic books that are really good by, and who wrote the Thor movies.
Okay.
And this just feels like he wrote a first draft of a script and then was like, whatever. Like, and then he just filmed his first draft. And it just sort of hits all the beats of one of those movies without like any stringing together, and it has a really weird romance. It's again one of these movies that's terrible, but I found it entertaining for whatever reason.
Right.
Partially because of how bad it was. Asura is another Korean movie that's pretty good. It's kind of like and it's just like a crime. It's a crime movie that's super masculine, and at the end of it, it's just all problems are solved by everyone murdering each other.
I mean, that's pretty standard. Yeah.
So there's some good like just violence in it. There are parts of it that's like tease at being something better. Like I actually really like halfway through when it looks like maybe it'll just be a movie where evil wins and just the city starts moving again.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels, it kind of undermines itself by feeling the need to tie up all its bad guys by having everyone be murdered.
Oh, okay.
Everyone is left murdered by the end. Like it's all tied up neatly. It feels a little too much like The Departed to me in that way.
Yeah. Okay. I get you.
Jack Reacher 2.
Yep.
Feels like an episode of TV that is for some reason a movie.
Yep. I've kind of heard that already. So
yeah. Yeah.
That's too bad.
The problem is that the book it's based on had the stupid subplot about his daughter, not daughter character.
Uh-huh.
So when they were making the movie, they're kind of hamstrung in terms of that they're adapting a book with a really stupid idea at the center of it.
So they have to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
But it's still hilarious to me that the Jack Reacher books are like about this giant, massive, physically intimidating dude.
Yeah.
Who's then played by Tom Cruise.
Like one of the shortest guys in Hollywood next to like Dustin Hoffman, apparently.
And like, I mean, a lot of guys in Hollywood are super tiny. It's a common thing.
Yeah.
George Clooney's super tiny. Michael Douglas, or Yeah.
Yeah.
Plenty of people. But the first movie did a much better job of like hilariously putting Tom Cruise only next to people who were as tall or shorter than him.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
It was really funny. This movie doesn't do that, but people still react to him like he's super scary. But they're also like towering over him. It's just weird.
That's so good.
Yeah, it's like one of those movies that's like if you put it on, you it's fine that it happens to be in front of you,
Right.
but it's never not a thing I would say anyone should look out and see.
Like if
I
it's
liked
on
it.
TV, you watch it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like and I liked it more than I liked it more than Nathan did from sounded
Sure.
like. But I also wasn't expecting as much out of it as he was.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Age of Shadows is a great movie. It's another Korean movie.
Okay.
And out of all the Korean movies this year, this is the one that Korea submitted to the Oscars
Uh-huh.
for consideration. And this one is about like during the time when Japan, it's historical, so it's about the time when Japan occupied Korea, like right after that had happened, kind of
Mm-hmm.
World War II sort of era, Korea, I guess.
Was it World War II? It was way before that, I think.
Yeah, way before that. Like that's kind of when it ended.
Gotcha.
But so this is sort of about a Japanese police officer who is Korean, who used to be part of the fight against Japan, but is now just become part of the Japanese system
Uh-huh.
overseeing Japan. And like the way he describes his like a guy he used to work with is like, you betrayed us. He's like, we're a sinking ship. I'm just doing what I have to do.
Right.
But eventually, a lot of the movie is also about this current group of Korean resistance people and how they kind of bring this guy back into working with them and convince him to work with them, partially because of the ways the Japanese are just the villains in this movie. Like this is like a pretty pulpy spy story.
Mm-hmm.
Is its main structure. So the Japanese are just the bad guys and they just torture people. Which is an interesting perspective.
Makes sense, as they do.
Japan is the bad guys and Korea is the good guys.
Yeah.
But what really sets it apart, so it's good spy shit. Like there's just double crosses and people not saying what they mean or whatever. But then there are really good visual set pieces mixed in with that make it a really good movie. Like there's stuff on a train. There's stuff at the beginning where this resistance guy was trying to sell. They've been trying to sell stuff like artifacts to collectors to raise money for something. You find out what it specifically is later, and he gets betrayed, and then he's cornered. So there are all these Japanese police officers like in this small Korean village, like, and they're like walking all around all the rooftops. And they've all got they're like a lot of them got rifles pointed at this one dude, and then he's like running through, and they're just running around rooftops. It's just a cool visual thing. And then it has some fucking fucked up torture stuff that like shows just enough. You're like, oh god, like it gets me. And it's not easy to get me. And then I actually think they go too far with one character in particular.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's a female character that I think they
go
no too far.
Okay. Sure.
It's not super, but I think they go a little too far.
Okay.
But overall, I think it's very good. And it is also one of the main characters. One of the main characters was also the main character of Train to Busan. And the other main character was the main Korean guy in Snowpiercer.
Oh, okay. I know
and both of
that guy, at least.
Yeah. Both those guys do a good job. Okay, so then I have one more movie, and then we can talk about Doctor Strange.
Okay.
And it's another Korean movie.
Okay.
This one is the new movie from the guy who directed Old Boy.
Okay.
And it's so fuck, this one's hard. It's kind of like this one's hard to talk about because it does a thing partway through that like changes what everything meant. And it's hard to talk about that without spoiling stuff. And I don't want to spoil it because it's a really good movie. And there's an easy comparison I could make, but that would be giving too much away too.
So what's it called?
The Handmaiden.
Okay.
And it's the basic early setup is, so there's a group of forgers who are like been running their operation. And then one guy who's a con artist comes in and said he's got this great thing set up where there's this young woman who's inherited her husband's estate, but her husband died, but now she's kind of being controlled by like an uncle character who's like kind of running the thing, is like controlling her basically, and who plans to marry her. But this guy's plan is to insert himself into her life and seduce her and get her to marry him. And then once he's married her, he's going to get her put away for being crazy and take the money for himself. And then he'll split it with the forgers in exchange for one of the forgers is this woman who will get stationed into that house as the woman's handmaiden, and then like prod her into and help in terms of getting this guy to seduce her and getting to be alone with her. So that's all set up.
Okay.
And then it plays out, and eventually like she and the woman end up having sex, and then that adds a complication, but then there's more going on than that initial stuff. But there's also weird stuff with like this weird library where woman's been learned to read, and there's like a snake guarding it. It's fucked up, and it's a lot of sexual stuff in it. There's stuff.
Okay.
There's stuff in it, and it's like that. It's from the guy who made Old Boy. It gets fucked up.
I mean, of course it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. It's a really good.
Cool.
But it's hard to talk about
without like ruining what makes it good. Yeah.
Yeah, because it takes some twists.
Right.
And then there's Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Tell me about Doctor Strange and why you seem to be the only person who's just like, about it.
I just thought it was boring.
Okay. It's not even visually interesting, though, because that's kind of all I care about for Doctor Strange.
So, people seem to like the visuals.
Uh-huh.
I thought the visuals were super boring and bland. But other people seem to like them. And I feel like that's a big distinguishing difference between the way I feel about the movie. For me, this is like super boring, the super boring version of Iron Man. Because in Iron Man, there's at least the element of, Robert Downey Jr., I think, is a way better actor than Benedict Cumberbatch. Way better. But also in Iron Man, there's the element of guilt to the story.
Right.
Where he's trying to, like, come back for something. Whereas Doctor Strange is just a piece of shit. His hands get wrecked, so he feels bad. But then he learns magic. So then he feels better about himself. But there's never that part where, like, he was a piece of shit and that has like a good redemption arc. Like he decides to save the world at the end, but like he's still, I don't like him. Like he's just such an asshole at the beginning of the movie. He doesn't come back enough from that for me to a large extent.
Fair enough, I guess. So you just hate the
And
character.
that's part of it.
I mean, that's a huge deal for a movie based on one character. If you hate that one
But
dude,
I mean, I've never really cared about Doctor Strange. Like in solo Doctor Strange stories, I don't think he's that interesting. I think he's a good character as part of a larger thing, like in the
mm,
context of other characters. Like I've read Avengers stories with Doctor Strange that I really love, and Doctor Strange was good in them, but that was the character within certain context. But I wasn't really expecting this movie to change my mind on it. What I was expecting was some particular visuals, in particular the big bad that Doctor Strange always fights, Dormammu. I was
mm.
expecting him to look cool, and I really didn't like what they did with that look. And I was kind of just waiting for Dormammu to show up, which he does at the end, but I really didn't like the way they depicted him. It was super samey to the way these movies do things, where he ends up being a big blob thing instead of like a distinctively striking character.
I'm trying to find a picture of him in the movie, but I don't see what. I can't find a picture of him. What do you mean a big blob thing? He's supposed to be this badass looking, almost like horseman character or something.
Yeah, he's kind of just a big purple head in the movie.
What? What do you
He's
mean
a
a big
big
purple head?
He's a big purple head.
Okay, I can't actually find any screenshots or anything. So, I guess I'll take your
Okay.
word for it, but I don't understand what that means, a big purple head.
Like,
So, he doesn't have any body at all. He is
no,
literally just a floating head.
he's a giant floating head.
Okay. Okay, so this is okay. So, have they done Galactus at all in film?
When they did Galactus in film, they did the ultimate version where he was a big cloud.
Okay, that's not
That
exactly
was
what
in
I
the,
was going for.
that was in Rise of the Silver Surfer.
Yeah, that's not exactly what I'm going for with this comparison here. Okay.
Yeah.
So they don't know how to do this type of character then in film, obviously.
I mean, he kind of just. I mean, Ghost Rider kind of looks like Dormammu.
Right, but okay, why did they do a big flaming head or purple head rather?
Well, it's that they didn't even do a big flaming head.
No,
He's like
that's
a
what I'm
weird.
asking. Why didn't
Yeah.
they?
I don't know. I don't get it, and I don't get why so many people are okay with it.
So does he look like Thanatos then? If he just has a giant purple head?
He doesn't. He kind of doesn't look like anything.
Okay. How long is
Like
he in
he
this
has a
movie
weird,
for?
like one scene.
Okay. So there's not like some showdown or anything.
No, instead you have like Mads Mikkelsen who looks fucking just weird.
Okay.
Uh, like he just has like these grayed out eyes and this weird ponytail.
Hmm. How could they fuck up Dormammu? He's super easy. Because like you said,
This is
like you just have a flaming head.
this is the
You found a picture?
I can't find a good picture though.
Wait, that's a head? Oh, I see it
Yeah.
when I enlarge it a little bit.
Yeah.
That doesn't look anything like him. That actually looks
Nope.
more like Thanos or whatever. Thanos, however you want to say it.
But it's like a big like energy cloud thing. Like those like marks on it are sort of like ripples that are passing across.
I see. You're right. They don't know how to do like a big scale good character design for film. They just don't know how to do it, I guess.
And it's kind of a bummer because there's a neat idea there at the core of it, but like it just wasn't visually compelling, and I didn't care about the characters, so that you had a neat idea isn't actually enough.
Okay. I guess like we can end this discussion on what's your like experience or like previous like for this character, Doctor Strange, at all? Because you're into comics and stuff, and actually,
Yeah. I have a Doctor Strange action figure in my hand right now that I happen to have right here.
Nathan and I talked about Doctor Strange a little bit this week, and yeah, I'm more curious about like what, because you would have read the comic books, I assume, and like neither me nor Nathan had like an extensive knowledge of Doctor Strange before, besides like a few weird cameo things he had in like other comic books I was into, but I never read a Doctor Strange comic really.
The thing is, like, the thing with Doctor Strange comics, to the extent that they're good, like solo Doctor Strange comics, are like their 70s fucking weird ass psychedelic, like just striking imagery on the page. And like it's all like crisp colors of like just weird stuff. And this is this is like the Marvel movie version of that, where it's all weird blob things when they get to that. Or they're just doing the weird Inception thing of like buildings in weird directions all over the place.
Right.
That's what they do for most of the movie.
Okay. I mean, for me, that's enough, I guess, to go see it.
Yeah.
Like, just a visually interesting thing is kind of all I was hoping it would be. And it sounds like that's what I'm going to get. So, I don't know. Whatever. I guess it's one of those things
That's what the main villain you see through most of the movie looks like.
Okay, let me just open this up. Oh, good. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you get for most of the movie.
Great. Well, that's disappointing, but whatever. I'm more interested. I do want to see it in 3D on a big screen and see like the weird kaleidoscopy shit and stuff it does. So I probably will still see it. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a shame that you didn't like it too much though. There's some people who are saying it's their favorite one out of all the Marvel movies, which I never thought it would be for me, but it seems amazing to me that some people.
I find that super weird. Like, yeah. I mean, the best part about it is Doctor Strange's cape, which is basically the rug from Aladdin, as plenty of people have said.
Sure.
Like, it's literally just that. And they never explain... It just... Suddenly he has it. Like, they never really explain anything about it.
Okay.
Or why it likes him. Because he's a piece of shit. I don't get why anything would choose him. Like, it's about... Your artifact chooses you. It chooses him, but like, why would anyone choose him? He's a fucking asshole. He's just really good. He just has a photographic memory, so he reads all these magic books and then he knows everything.
Great.
Like, you don't even get a sense that he works hard at anything.
Lame.
I just think he's super boring.
That's super lame.
I thought the movie was super lame, and like while I was watching it, I was like, this is whatever. But then the Dormammu thing at the end, I was super disappointed with how they did him visually. There's just nothing I like. There's like, Carpet was okay. Like, there are a couple funny moments. But overall, I just think this movie is kind of worthless and boring.
Great.
And so that kind of makes it the worst. Because even when I compare it to movies I kind of hated this year, like, at least they were like interestingly bad. Like, this might be my this is like going to be near the bottom of my list this year of movies I saw, mostly just because I think it's super boring and not interesting, not interestingly good, not interestingly bad, just not interesting at all. There's no good texture.
Yeah,
I'd rather watch fucking garbage.
Damn. All right.
Like Independence Day 2.
Yeah, that's at least like holding your attention in an interesting way or
that's
a dumb way.
Like, what the fuck is this movie? Like, why the fuck would you do that? This is not like, why did you do that?
Anything that elicits a response at that point is better.
Yeah.
That's really too bad.
Like, more getting worked up over the fact that I didn't feel anything.
Fair enough. All right. You know what was strange to me? Halloween.
Oh man.
Best segue. Halloween happened kind of recently.
Yeah.
I enjoy Halloween. Halloween's a good time. What did you do for Halloween? Did you dress up, go out anywhere, do anything?
I did absolutely nothing. I walked around and then we had a blackout.
Great.
Like,
okay.
Like a big one, because I walked around through and like it just every kind of like every other block, like all throughout the city was completely powerless.
Wonderful.
So I walked around during that. That was my Halloween.
Nice.
Got to hear the emergency vehicles rushing off to God knows what.
I'm sure that's just a standard thing for where you live, though.
I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
But I'm sure bad stuff was happening because people didn't have power.
Sure. Probably. So for Halloween this year, I played a bunch of horror games, as usual.
Yep.
And watched a few horror movies. That's when I watched Don't Breathe and just some other small movies or old movies and stuff like that. I forgot, actually. I bought The Thing on Blu-ray, but I haven't watched it again yet.
I watched The Thing from Another World.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. I was just curious how that had been. I didn't remember that movie very well. That movie's okay. The weird part about that movie is how good the dialogue is, but that's just because it was a Howard Hawks movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it has that fast-paced, like, boom, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
The parts that people remember of the movies, or the parts people should remember, is, like, the visual of that dude walking through the door and then them throwing fire at him.
Right.
And then him walking on fire.
Yeah.
People don't quite, I guess, remember that he's just a weird carrot person.
Yeah.
Like, they make a point of saying he's a carrot.
So dumb.
It just makes me think of fucking Dragon Ball.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
Carrot.
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the planet Vegeta. Vegetable.
So dumb. Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is the original Carrot Man.
Great.
Goku is basically a combination of The Thing from Another World and Superman.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Halloween seemed uneventful for you too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna write a thing about comparing Thing from Another World and John Carpenter's Thing, but I didn't get around to it.
Man, The Thing. I need to rewatch it again, actually. But it's so good. That's a great film.
Yeah, those are good effects.
There's
cheeky bitch.
I can't remember who it was. I think it was Ryan in our Discord was saying, like, I'm gonna have a bunch of people over or whatever. What is some horror movie that we could watch? And there was some great ones being thrown around. Like Cabin in the Woods is a really good one for that. I really like
so great.
Return of the Living Dead is so fucking good.
Return of the Living Dead is just my favorite horror movie. Like, that movie is just so good and
it really
fun
is.
And silly.
Fun is the right word.
And horrifying. Like,
yeah.
the part where they have a zombie strapped to the table and it says that zombies are eating brains to stop the pain of being dead.
Yeah.
Is like the most... He's like my favorite. That's so good.
It's just too real.
Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah, it's really good.
The zombie is just pain all the time till you have to eat things.
I was trying to think of some other movies. The Thing I like as a group thing as well. It's hard though, because it's kind of one of those things where you know your friends and the people you're going to have over, and you should choose accordingly. Because it's like, what... I guess this is where I'm going with this. What do you consider to be, like, a good horror experience? Do you want something that is like super serious and tries to like terrify someone, or do you like something that's a little bit goofy and kind of like has this weird duality going of it where there's horrifying things going on, but like it's not too serious about it? Or
I personally generally prefer a horror movie where there's a character I can root for.
right, okay,
Like in a vacuum, like that sort of an idea. I prefer when there's a hero who's trying to overcome something, and that they can stand up and like survive the most fucked up stuff and keep going at least. Like just someone who just doesn't give up when shit gets fucking horrible. Whereas other characters can just fucking lose their shit. uh but that's like a big thing for me in general. And then a lot of times what I like about horror is like because it's such a genre thing, a lot of whether a thing is like the director ends up mattering more than some movies. Like there's so much stuff you can do with effects and the way it's paced that like a directors can shine. And there's like a lot of good directors did horror when they were younger, earlier in their career. That's some of their best stuff.
right,
Like Sam Raimi.
yeah,
Or
no, totally,
Peter Jackson.
yep,
So there's that.
yeah,
So I like good effects work a lot of the time.
yeah. See, with horror, I kind of like. For me, the idea trumps everything. Like, I want to see something new, and it doesn't matter if it's like shitty home graphics or whatever, or like multi-million CG stuff. I just need to see it executed and like something, just a new idea, which is why, like, even though it's not really a horror movie, Don't Breathe is great in that way, because like there's some horrifying parts in it, like a horror movie where you're just like, oh fuck. Like it's just kind of fucked up, and the way they get to it is great. Or It Follows was great as well for like that stuff, and like the part in the house where with the dude, I don't know. There's like just great horrific moments in a bunch of stuff that isn't even considered horror, but it's really special when a movie is full of just those moments and they like do it well. It's a rare thing these days. Horror's kind of died. So there's I don't know. It's all about like, just dumb shit now.
Yeah. There's a part like there's just an idea that like the way Hitchcock used to would think of thrillers.
Right.
Is that thrillers are like structured and basically they're comedies.
Right.
It's like putting the audience through just one thing after another and holding that tension and holding until you release it. Like there's similar ideas there. Still like so there's definitely a sense to which I feel like that holds for a lot of horror movies too. Of just like what you're just trying to keep up in terms of presenting one thing after another to get a whole good horror movie, because it's much easier to do a horror moment.
Yeah,
and there are plenty of like that's a simpler thing. The problem is then doing the next horror moment after you've done that one.
Right.
And it's like a lot of horror sequels give up.
Well, that's why they go to jump scares.
Through. Or they go to comedy.
Or they go to comedy. Like you're right.
Or they just get campy with it.
Yep.
Because it stops being scary, it's just ridiculous.
So yeah, you lean more into the ridiculous side and then it becomes a comedy.
Yeah.
And then it's good for a different reason, which is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah. So it's just really that horror is hard to make, which is why it's not made very well often.
Because like a lot of time, like when you think about what a lot of what scared me when I used to get scared was paranoia. So it's like fear. It's a fear of something that doesn't quite exist or isn't quite real. So like the mystery of something that you don't quite know what it is, but like you just know enough to know it's scary or could kill you. Like that's like where the power is. And if you humanize something or make it more, it's much harder to maintain that idea rather than just something, oh, I'll just fucking fight back, or you're not that scary.
Right. So what would you consider one of the best horror movies of all time? If you had to name one in like the way that we're talking about it, because Return of the Living Dead isn't that. It just isn't.
Yeah, it's more of a comedy. It is, but it has like chilling moments.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because I do feel like a lot of the horror type movies that I really like are ones with that if I were just going for a stricter definition of horror, I might not put in horror because they're like about a protagonist who succeeds against the horror, and that kind of undoes it. Like Alien. Alien is not quite a horror movie to me, as much as people talk about it, because fucking Ripley at the end of that movie, then it's not a horror movie anymore. Ripley is like kind of empowered in certain ways.
Sure.
And like a badass, basically. Whereas the early parts of that movie are all building tension. But like the part of that movie, what ends up working against that for me is the part of that movie I actually really like is the latter part, where Ripley's empowered. Like I just think that movie does that thing better than it does the horror build, kind of. Once you know what's happening, which is also sort of a problem. Like it's just I never experienced that movie fresh, kind of. I was just too familiar, or I saw it too young, or whatever. I don't really have an experience of like being surprised at when that dude's chest bursts open. I never had that moment, so I can't see that movie that way.
Right. All right. Fair enough. I like The Exorcist.
Exorcist is really good.
I really like it because it's just the whole thing of like, even when the like demon is fully coming out or whatnot, it's like talking through a girl, and you don't really know like that it's gone in the end, and it doesn't really like, nobody really wins. Like the girl gets like freed from the enslavery or whatever is going on, but like in the process, one of the priests basically took it into himself and killed himself. But that doesn't mean like it's gone necessarily. That's just kind of how like it ends.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just one of those weird, unsettling things. I think it's the build up in that movie that does it for me though, where it just starts off with like some like bad dreams essentially, and then some like weird things happening, and then it just gets worse and worse as it goes. And that like stress probably on like the mother for sure, but like us as like the viewers of like, how do you fix this problem? Because it's so easy when your child has like something like a cut, you put a band-aid on it, or even if they got hit by a car or something, right? You take them to the hospital, they get put on like life support or a breathing tube or something. There's ways to fix a lot of things, but like, how do you fix this weird demonic possession thing that's happening and these terrible like nightmares and all that stuff? It's really fucking unsettling to think about. And I think that's what I love about it. And then it doesn't really end on a positive note. It ends on kind of a downer, actually, but I don't know. It's cool, especially for like a movie that is 40 years old now. It's pretty good. So yeah, horror.
I need to rewatch it, but I feel like the Last Man on Earth really works.
I never saw that one, I don't think.
That's it's based on the I Am Legend story.
Yeah.
But it's what's his name? Vincent Price. starring. So he carries the movie, and it's very the way it ends up working. Even though the monsters in that are all vampires, they're the way they work in that movie, except for that it has like the garlic stuff, like a lot of the anti-vampire stuff. It's still they end up working more like modern zombie movies in terms of like Romero zombie movies, kind of. Like they just it's very reminiscent of what comes just a couple years later in Night of the Living Dead when you watch it now. Like there's kind of a lineage there. And I just think fucking he's a better actor than the actors in Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Because he's one of the best.
Yeah, Vincent Price is really, really fucking good.
Really, really good. Yeah, for sure. I might have to check that one out. Because I know, I did watch I Am Legend and know about that stuff, but I never watched that one.
Yeah, it's been I need to watch it again personally too. I don't remember how it ends well enough.
Yeah. Cool. Let's finish off with a little bit of talk about Legion, World of Warcraft. Why not? Let's do it. So we've been playing it, and I remember when it came out, I think we were talking about something, and I didn't really want to do a podcast on it specifically because I hadn't played enough of it yet. And I think I've played enough now that I can give some opinions on how all that stuff works, and I've been a little bit out of like playing it for the last couple weeks where I haven't even touched it for a bit, so I have a better idea of how I feel about all that stuff now that it's a little more distant. But okay, first of all, with Legion, we can go up to level 110 now, and you decided to switch classes to the new Demon Hunter class.
Yep.
I only played the Demon Hunter like entry or zone or whatever, like the first things you do to get up to level 100 from 98 or whatnot. So why don't you tell me a little bit about what you think of the Demon Hunter? Because I thought it was okay, but you played a lot more, so.
The best things about the Demon Hunter are his mobility stuff. Like, that you have a double jump and an additional, like, then you press it again and you glide, and you get a little extra height on that, too.
Yeah.
And he has 2 charges on a dash move that recharges for free. Like, just your ability to like get around in the world and during combat, because you also have like a weird jump back move that does damage when you do it, and your dash move you can spec into it to do damage. You're just so mobile that it makes that game fresh in a way for me that it again where I'm just like jumping all over the place and it's like fucking weird and cool.
So after playing,
like, able to, like, glide.
After playing 10 levels of it, you're still into it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it, good. And you do a lot of AoE damage.
Okay.
Like I feel like my single target isn't great right now, but I feel like I really shine when they're multiple targets, just because a lot of my primary moves just naturally hit multiple stuff.
Right.
So and the way the character works, like I kind of always want to be fighting more stuff, and generally the more stuff you can kill more easily, because then you get health and resource your resource to cast more abilities based on having killed stuff. So it's like a cool thing of just I need more.
Yeah.
Feed me with more corpses.
So, yeah, it gives you that little extra, like, carrot on a stick, I guess, or whatever, while you're playing.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay. So, what do you think about the whole artifact thing? Let's talk about the artifact weapons and how I think it's a great idea, but it makes me not want to play another character ever again because of all the work it takes to put into getting that weapon upgraded instead of just, like, picking a new one up.
Yeah, the grind is fucking real with that stuff.
Yep, it
And I kind of
real
just
is.
I don't want to even do it the one time at this point.
Mm-hmm. Especially because
Like I
now
kind
for
of
us it is a grind. We're no longer like just getting stuff because we're
yeah.
questing to level up. Now it's like we have to go out and seek that stuff to do.
And like I kind of just want to care about getting my eye levels and doing the new dungeons and new content or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I also have like this, and this artifact thing is just feels like it's nagging at me now. At this
Right.
point, and it I don't want to. Legion hasn't grabbed me enough that I want to play that much. That I want to like really be grinding for the artifact stuff. That's not. It's not interesting. What you get out of grinding for artifact power isn't interesting enough to make me want to do it.
Right.
Which is a
Yeah,
shame.
it is. But I do like artifacts still. Like I like not having to worry about like going into a thing, oh, I need to run this because I need a new weapon or whatever. Like I kind of like that I just always will have a weapon and I can like do my weird little min-maxy stuff with it that I used to do with my skill tree in general, only like as now just on my weapon, and change the look of it a little bit. And transmog is still a thing for your artifacts, so you could change it to anything else to look like. I don't know. There's good things about it. It's just that
Yeah.
I don't like. I want to play my hunter at some point again because I like my hunter, but I don't. The biggest barrier now why I wouldn't just do it tonight is because I'm gonna have to spend like at least 20 hours probably until that hunter weapon is up to the point it is now with my dude, my main dude.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to invest that in another character when that 20 hours could go to my main dude for his artifact to be more powerful. It's one of those things where you have to now pick and choose like where your time goes, because you're doing the same shit. Like it's gonna be the same questing to get the same items to upgrade it the same way. And even with my main character, like maybe I should be using my or upgrading my like healing artifact in case I ever want to be a healer as my off spec and all this stuff. So I don't know, man. It has its pluses and minuses for sure.
Like I don't feel that world quests are pretty boring. Like they're not.
I think they're a good addition, but the problem is that that's all there is to do at top level.
Yeah.
That's the big problem. I think it's a nice addition. Like if we had a full thing that we could be doing, and then like world quests are just like, hey, that's kind of a cool thing. I'll go do that quick. That's where I think that shines, but not as like the main thing you're supposed to do until
and
raids come out.
I've seen the same world quest pop up too many times.
Right. I mean, I've done a lot of them just during the questing runs to find out the story. So yeah, it's a pain for sure. But yeah.
But I will say, like, for me, Warlords of Draenor ended up really hooking me, but that was mostly on the PvP end.
Okay.
And I just have other games that fill that hole for me right now. So I haven't done any high max level PvP really at all in Legion. I just haven't felt compelled because I have other games, specifically HOTS, most of the time.
And see, that's the weird thing, is that PvP apparently is the best it's ever been because you don't need another armor set for it or gear set for it.
Yeah, they have it's prestiging into special PvP talent stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's also kind of like takes away the carrot on the stick in some respects, in terms of like.
Well, it's a whole new skill tree to unlock, though.
Yeah, but
so
it's
there's
not
that.
I don't know. There was. It doesn't have like the thrill of getting fresh gear,
right? Of like something that like your character is wearing at all times, sort of thing.
Yeah,
sure.
And there's also the weird way they structure the talents where you get all things in a column, and then you unlock the second column, and then you have to pick between what you want in each column.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so I'm sure there are advantages, but they become less a thing I'm decoding in terms of what I actually need.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The thing I really liked in Draenor was Ashara.
You mean
it was
in
fucking
Legion?
insane. No, in Draenor, Warlords of Draenor, the event PvP thing that was like
Oh.
scheduled.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay.
I don't even know if Legion has an equivalent. I haven't really looked into it because I
No,
haven't
probably
been
not.
interested. But I love that thing because it was stupid, but it was also structured around a lot of the PvP gear stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see why they wouldn't have that, because it was just a fucking mess. Like, it was so many
Right.
people. It felt, it was the closest they came to recapturing the original
Alterac Valley?
Alterac Valley,
Yeah.
where it was just a fucking clusterfuck and it lasted for a while. Just fucking waves of like humanity running up against each other, of like hundreds of players just fucking standing at each other until one side gives way for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Like, that was just super cool. It's like kind of terrible, but that was what I liked. That was like, felt like the most like wow thing
Mm-hmm.
in terms of like, this is kind of broken and fucked up, but there's also kind of nothing else like it.
Right.
And there's just so many people. And so I haven't had that. I haven't had that like, there was nothing in Legion. There were parts of Draenor that captured me specifically because they were bad, but bad in like, this is like, there are just so many people here at this quest because this quest broke.
Right.
Like, nothing like in Draenor, creating your fucking base, that quest was broken during leveling on the Horde side. So like, every Horde player was stuck in this one place during launch night.
That
And it was
sounds
amazing.
terrible.
It was fucking horrific. But it was also like, yeah, this is WoW. This is like,
Yeah.
it's just like one of those, like, this is jank and this is what makes it cool.
Sure.
I don't know. Like, it had that feeling to it where that's like, once now WoW is like as WoW gets to be a better thing, like, those moments happen less, and I less feel the like pull of what this is, like an amazing broken thing that's kind of on fire. Like, it feels less ambitious.
Right.
Maybe if only because it's not burning up against the sun.
Sure. All right.
Even if it makes more sense and is like totally logical. But it's also just like, again, I just have other games I'm playing.
Yeah. What about the whole like Suramar and kind of that whole like end game top level building a city or like building a resistance group up or whatever for the stuff that's to come with that giant city?
I mean, that story idea is super good.
Yeah.
But I don't know how it's gonna. If it's just gonna be it depends on how it's gonna play out and what there is to do.
Right. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like, what I like the story stuff in WoW, and it all keeps me engaged and stuff. But it ends up being what I'm doing, what I'm engaging with, that really matters. I can just read about that other stuff.
Right. Yeah, that's true. How do you feel about the story stuff that's like in the zones as it is, though? Then
I thought it was really good, but I thought it was it was anticlimactic. Partly because I feel like I did the most climactic thing first.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
Valsharath
yeah,
was fucking amazing, but I did it first, and I feel like, oh, now I can do High Mountain. Great.
Fuck High Mountain so much too.
It just goes on forever, and it's never interesting. Except you get to be murky at one point, at least.
Do you?
Yeah, the northern part of High
I
Mountain.
didn't
There's the
finish it.
Murloc quest at the end. You raise Murky, and then you get to be Murky, and he has his Heroes of the Storm talents.
Oh my god.
It's so good.
That's really
it's like
good.
my favorite thing.
Oh, that's so fucking
to be
good.
Murky, King of the Murlocs.
God, that's so good. Jesus Christ. All right, well, I'm gonna have to see that. Well,
it's like you're doing missions for the WoW's weird
things, yeah.
PETA knockoff. Dude in a Murloc suit.
I really like the class halls. I really like the feeling that like they were good. They said when they were talking about Legion and what's coming up, how they wanted each class to feel like they are a different thing than the other classes, and I feel like that they got that point across perfectly well this time around, for sure. Like my paladin feels like a paladin now. He doesn't feel like a weird warrior.
That stuff's super good. Although I do feel like it's less impactful to me because I played a Death Knight.
Right.
So it kind of had a shade of that. Because that's Death Knight's class hall is literally a place that already they had. That was a special place they went to.
And I mean, Druids had the Moonglade and stuff too.
Druids had Moonglade. That's also true.
But like, even just the different character designs and the way they changed some specs and stuff, the fact that like a Shadow Priest now is like powered by the old gods' whispers and stuff, and like their insanity is amazing.
Yeah, that's the stuff about not really feeling compelled to play alts bums me out, because I think priests are super interesting.
Yeah. Even though their like big thing is to like die is like not very good for their damage, but it's cool. It's just, why would you ever want that? Whatever. It's fun. So,
but like, because of the artifact grind, like I'm not gonna fucking level like 3 priests. Like I'm gonna do that 3 times or whatever to get 3 different specs. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. No, for sure. And it's a shame because this is the one expansion where I do want to see the changes they made to all of them. Like the different rogues now, where you have like the stealthy, sneaky one that still like even more badass at like sneaking around in the shadows and getting away and stuff. Or you have the like rogue that's like basically a pirate that like does a bunch of like sword fighting and shoots them and stuff like that. Like, it's real cool. The changes they made. It's
something like I liked the direction of WoW went, where it was more casual and like took less time to do stuff because I had less time in my life for WoW. And like I feel like artifacts are going back on that in a way of just, here's a shit ton of stuff for you to do.
Right.
It's like,
but the problem is that it's super important to your character.
Yeah.
Because the other stuff, like, here's a bunch of shit you could do if you wanted to like raid and stuff like that, then that's fine. But like, if you just want to keep up, you have to do the artifact stuff.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a shame, but I don't know. Like, this is the thing, is that if this was 10 years ago for me, I'm in. Like, I'm 20 years old, just like working a job and not really like doing anything else at all. Just like my basic like few hours I do. I'm totally fucking in. You can't stop me. But like shit's going on in my life now where I don't have the like actual 8 hours a day anymore to play WoW.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things that just like I had my generation with WoW, and now the next generation can have that experience where they have time to grind and they can do these cool things, and like the people like me that can't just kind of fall to the wayside, kind of like they did back then when I was being able to spend a lot of time and they had to like do their thing. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Circle of life and all that.
Like, I think your Legion's a super good expansion. It's just weirdly I'd kind of rather be doing other stuff most of the time, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's too bad. But that's the way the world works, I suppose, of Warcraft. So I think that's an episode.
Yeah.
We did it. We kind of caught up on everything. Probably missed a few things, but I'm sure they weren't big enough to mention.
Whatever, Paladins.
Oh yeah, the changes they made to Paladins and how it looks even more like Overwatch now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a weird thing that they did. That game's still fun. People should check it out because it's free.
Yeah. Oh, I thought of another horror type movie.
What's that?
I would bring up. The original Wicker Man is super good.
Christopher Lee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is really good. Also, the remake.
The remake is unwatchable, except in clip form. In clip form, it's hilarious. If you try to sit through that movie straight, I feel like Nicolas Cage isn't going crazy enough because everyone on that island is an asshole who won't give him a straight answer at all.
And the weird thing is Nicolas Cage is usually good at and used to eating up scenery, and that would be the perfect movie for him to do it.
That movie looks super funny when you watch clips of it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you watch the movie, you're right there with him. Why did it get burned? Why did it get burned? You're not giving me an answer, you fucking...
Yep.
But haha, he punches women, so it's hilarious.
He does. You're right.
He kicks that woman into a wall.
Good time. Good time for everybody.
I saw a supercut that I could never find again that was just all clips of Nicolas Cage kicking open doors in that movie, and it was great. Could never find it again, though.
That sounds great.
It's the best.
All right, sweet.
Want to see crazy Nicolas Cage? Watch like Port of Call, New Orleans, or
Vampire's Kiss.
That's a different kind. That's a special thing in itself. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm a vampire. I'm a vampire.
It should be watched, though.
It should be watched.
Mm-hmm. For sure. That's where all the great screen caps of him with his eyes all wide and looking like a retard come from. So it's so good.
Man who thinks he's a vampire.
Yeah. Good time. All right. We should end this.
All
right. Thank you for listening. Good. It's been a while.
Yeah. Thank you for listening.
I hope you enjoyed the 4.5 hours.
I had fun.
It was a good time.
That's what matters.
Yeah, exactly. That's all that matters. And also that it actually kept recording, even though I thought about an hour ago that it crashed. It didn't. Oh, man. I just didn't want to bring it up and kept going with it. And I'm glad I did because it looks fine. It just looked like it crashed for a bit. But yep, sound wave's fine. You're hearing me say have a good night probably after you're done listening to this. Thank you for starting in the morning and finishing it before bed. So, sweet dreams. And we'll talk to you next time.
12-hour podcast. See ya.
12-hour podcast.